Well, hello, motherfucker. How's it going? Welcome in. You're watching twitch.tv/1030. I'm 1030. And it's just all going brilliant, isn't it? Everybody. It's all going brilliant for everybody, isn't it? What I need to do is maybe put a transition between the starting soon. So when I come to this scene, the background music. Hold on, let me... oh, fuck. I've not opened Streamer bot. Shit, 2v6. There might have been subs and stuff coming through there, and I don't know what they are, if they have been happening. Sorry, everybody got slight software issues. I'll be with you in just a wee second. Thank you very much. How's it all going? Listen, everybody, from we wait for all of that to load. You're watching 1030 on Twitch. I'm speaking about myself in the third person. Hello. And also, listen, check this out. At the start of the stream, what we like to do here is share any good news. So if you've got any good news, please stick it in chat. I would very much like to hear what your good news is. My good news... is that B. Dolan and Carivore have just subscribed. So thank you very much for that. B. Dolan, that was your bubble blast. And Carivore, this is your bubble blast. And Right Here as well. Right Here, thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in. How's it going? Thanks very much, lads. Maximum respect to you. Dolan, see at some point, I mean, I'm a very busy man this weather, right? But at some point, it would be wonderful if you want to come on stream and talk about your class new project. Because everybody, and if you've got a Kickstarter link, feel free to stick it in the chat as well, please. Dolan's doing a Kickstarter. And not just like, oh, Dolan's doing a Kickstarter. But he's trying to reimagine how music is done. So he's creating a new type of record label, which is sort of like open source and transparent, and sounds like a really cool and ambitious project. And if you're into all of that sort of stuff, check out B. Dolan on Twitch, who's in chat just now. How's it going, everybody? Thank you very much, Kate. Thank you very much, Kate. You're a legend. So everybody, if you're into all of that, give that wee Kickstarter link a wee click. Speaking of Kickstarter stuff, all of yesterday and the day before and a wee bit of today, I've been working on Scroobius Pips's Kickstarter. I think I should do a Kickstarter. So Scroobius Pip's making a feature film, and I'm producing it. And I've got a big list of stuff to do. You can't see what the list is because it's secret. Don't try and read the reflections. I'm just making sure there's nothing bad written on the other side. So we're talking 15 things that I need to get through today. So last night, right, Dando gave me some Elvacine or something. What do you call it? So I've got a wee... Oh, thank you very much for that hype train. How come it just started, though, 2 minutes after the last resub? That's weird, isn't it? Twitch, what are you up to? Is it called Elvaness or something like that? So it's a type of not crack, but what's it called? Like an amphetamine that's for people that have got ADHD. And I've always thought I've had ADHD because I'm definitely autistic. And so last night, Dan was like, "Do you want some of these ADHD Eckies?" Aye, that's it. Saul McDonagh. I think that's how you spell it. Hello, yes, it's bland. Welcome in. How's it going? So I've now got like 3 of these wee ADHD Eckies, and I've got a big to-do list as well, including some exciting stuff for Yes It's Bland. So what I was going to do is something I haven't done before. So I tanned one of them about half an hour ago. So any minute now, I'm expecting it to kick in, and I'm going to be like a mad productivity machine. Your house will be so clean. Well, something's going to happen. My house needs to be so clean. Because that's something I've neglected for a wee while as well, is just like looking after myself, looking after my house, because I had a wee bit on. So let's see how it goes. So what I was thinking about today is something that I haven't done before, which is kind of like a work-along stream thing, maybe. So I was going to get a Pomodoro timer, and because a lot of you lot are in work as well, you know what I mean? If anybody's got stuff to do, if you need to clear out a cupboard, if you need to email that guy back, if you need to do your tax return, if you need to fucking do whatever it is that you do, this might be the stream that we can get tore into that. You into that? Maybe. In saying that though, I fancy just a wee chat with you for ages first, if that's all right. Because I've got stuff to do. Big list of exciting stuff to do. A lot of it's email stuff, everything else. But quite exciting. Just getting back to people, things like that. So we could do a wee bit here. But what a beautiful day it is though, eh? Outside. Are you seeing this, everybody? If you're in Scotland, what an amazing day it is. Anyway, welcome in everybody. Hello Carivore, Bally Animated Gamer, Bag of Tenor. I expect to rant about the new Discord UI because it's an accessibility nightmare. I've barely touched it, Bally, I've been a bit busy. I logged in and it gave me a option of like 3 very slightly different sizes of text and then like some dark mode options. But I don't know. If anybody for Discord is watching and you're looking for ways in which to improve the UI, here is my one request. On the very left of Discord, you've got a list of all the logos of all the servers that you're in, right? But you can't see that list as text. And quite a lot of logos on all the servers that you're in are just random shit that was in somebody's photo library when they were setting up a server. Roscoe's server's like a big mad eyeball. You know what I mean? I'm on different software servers and their logo isn't memorable. You know what I mean? So anytime I'm looking for a server that I've already joined, I've got to hover over each one of these logos. I'm like, who's what? I want to see these servers, and because they're logos, you need to pure scroll down if you're a member of a lot of them. This practice encourages people to not be a member of a lot of servers. And so a solution that I would like is, in addition to the existing layout, I want an option to just see the list of servers in text format, please. Thank you very much, Discord. It seems like a very reasonable request to just show me a list of servers that I'm a member of in a text format. That's a reasonable request, isn't it? Anyway, thanks very much for your time, Discord. All the very best. I've been 1030. I'm right, though. I'm right. Anyway. Welcome in. Compromised Jim. Any chance you could saw a comprised Jim? I don't know what that means, Carivore. Hello, Anaboko. Anaboko says, good news, my new Super King mattress. See, when I just see Super King written down, I'm thinking cigarettes. My new Super King mattress arrived this morning. Hopefully will improve the sleep. All the very best, Anaboko, with that. That sounds dynamite. I got a thing on my phone today when I woke up saying, congratulations, you get 8 hours of sleep. And I was like, fuck, I've never seen that before. So my phone's telling me, you're doing good, kiddo. Recogitate. 2 wee seconds, recogitate, and I'll tell you about my hat. Fozzie69, thank you very much for sub and welcome in. How's it going? Been sub for 22 months. I appreciate that, Fozzie. Thank you very much. Recogitate says, I quite like your hat. I was speaking about B. Dolan earlier, who's in chat just now. This is his merch. So I'm quite sure you'll be able to find this hat if you go to bdolan.biz or whatever his website is. Dolan, feel free to sling your merch. So not only are we promoting B. Dolan's Kickstarter, we're also promoting merch. Anything else you've got on the go, Dolan? Anything else? Any used cars you need to get rid of? Anything like that? Gibbs, welcome in. Gibbs, thank you very much for subbing. How's it going? I'm bdolan.com. There we go. You can buy one of these. I've got one of these, and I paid money for it as well. It's not as if it's like, you know, lovely guy. What a lovely guy. And when this arrived, this won't happen to you, I don't think. But when this arrived, it came with a cool book, which I've yet to read. It's a bit of sort of pulp fiction for the 70s, I think. Dolan sent me a class book. And he also sent me Wile E. Coyote Tazos, which is dynamite. I don't think you'll get that free shit if you order a hat. I've only got it because I'm like a special VIP sort of guy. Do you know what I mean? But I'm tempted every time. Oh, I'm still in the Half-Life category. I'm tempted. Just chatting. Will we do just chatting? I think I've changed category, but my technology's not working very well. But I'm tempted. There's a really cool magic trick that I can do where I flick through this. You say stop. You open it up. You look at a word. I'm looking away, and I can tell you where we've stopped at. If anybody meets me in person and we're in the proximity of a book, ask me to show you that and I'll show you. It's really good. You're 49% backed on Kickstarter? Jesus Christ, man. I haven't got my head into it at all. I had your stream on in the background. My head's been elsewhere for the past wee while, so I'm really looking forward to getting into it all, reading it all and finding out all about it. That's brilliant, man. Hello everybody, welcome in. How's it going? You can officially be credited as a location scout, by the way. Aye, 100%. I think my name, we're all wearing lots of hats, pardon the pun, on Dolan's Kickstarter. Sorry, on Pip's film Kickstarter thing. So I think I'm doing about 6 or 7 different jobs. Pip's doing about 10 different jobs. Cade's doing about 5 or 6 different jobs. So it's all quite exciting. So I think the credits might read a bit like a Neil Breen film. You know what I mean? It's all just like name, same name, same name, same name. Friendly advice, welcome in. Thank you very much for resubbing. You're a legend. Thanks very much for 26 months. So last night, Pip and I and Dando and Cade and an actor, which I don't know if it's public that they're attached to the project, so I won't tell you who the actor is, but it's a cool actor. And we all sat down last night and we had a nice big meal to get to know each other. And we were in, is it Sylvian? It's like a vegan place in Woodlands Road. Do you know it? It was very good. Very, very good. Wee bit dear. It wasn't Samuel L. Jackson. I can't say it wasn't Leonardo DiCaprio. It may or may not have been Leonardo DiCaprio. And it was really good, and we got to know everybody, and it was all brilliant. So that's Pip away down the road now, and he's stopping off at another, like, a fucking cool person's house on the way down the road. You will certainly recognise the name. He's kind of somebody that's in the public eye right now for just making something absolutely amazing recently. So Pip stopped him off at that guy's house, who's very interested in potentially helping us out with the project. So it's all fucking, it's happening. It's happening. So I've got a list of stuff that I need to do just now. In order to qualify for certain things, I need to set up a production company in my name. So Pip's production company and my production company will sort of be co-producing it. So yesterday I started setting up a company and went to register at Companies House, but because it would be a publicly traded company, that would mean that if you, a Twitch viewer, looked up the Companies House database, you would be able to see my home address. And I can't have that because we've had people plot to kill me before after seeing me on Twitch. And I would like to not die. So, yesterday we were talking about different strategies around about that. And I can't remember, a couple of service names were mentioned where you can register your company at a business address. So I'm currently in the process of doing all of that. And I need to wait for all of that gumph to come through to then contact Companies House and register as a limited company under a code which is I think 1121, which is for motion picture activities. So hopefully by the end of today, I will be the sole creative director of a brand new limited company for motion picture activities. So that's all very exciting, isn't it? After that, I need to look at public liability insurance because we're filming certain things in public. So there is a chance we might be able to close the set so it won't be in public, so the insurance will be slightly different. But see, for something like this, because of how we're doing it, everything kind of needs to be done right. If this was like a mate's film and we were just filming it, then we could go out and just film what we need and figure it out later. But no, this one actually needs to be done right. So I've got a wee bit of work to do, everybody. So I thought, I maybe won't stream. Then I thought, no, fuck that. I've got a responsibility to you, the people, don't I? To come on here and to chat shit and to let you know what I'm doing on the film, because a lot of you supported the film. So I've got a wee bit of stuff to go through for that sort of stuff. Most of the admin, organisational stuff and whatever else is kind of done, and I'm just waiting for stuff to come through so that I can submit it. So it's not as if I've got tons of that to do. And then on top of that, I've got maybe, I think 5 or 6 hours on the escape room project as well. So I've got 2 escape room projects that I'm very, very excited about. One of them finding a nice solution, and I've got it in my head, and I think I know what I want to do. And the other one just wrapping it up. It's like 95% there. I just need to squash a couple of bugs. And so that's where I'm just now. Got a big to-do list here. Some of it is just emailing a guy saying, yep. Other stuff is forwarding an email for that person to that person. Literally, I need to book an appointment with the dentist because my tooth, a filling in my tooth came out a couple of days ago, which was great. Oh, cool, just got a notification. The UK growth forecast has halved. That's good, isn't it? Brilliant. That's brilliant. Thanks for notifying me on my phone, Apple News. Anyway, my mum has just sent me a text saying, sitting in the scorching sun, listen to you on Twitch from Gran Canaria. Hello, Gran Canaria, how's it going? I'm streaming live globally from my wee house to Gran Canaria. Anybody else? I hope you're having a wonderful time, Ma, and everybody else in Gran Canaria. Anybody else further afield than Gran Canaria? We've got B. Dolan in. He's a wee bit further afield. Anybody further away than New England in America? Who's the most furthest awayest person that we've got in just now? Anyway. Electric William, welcome in. And thanks very much for subbing using Amazon Prime. I love Prime subs, William, so thanks very much for giving me your Prime sub. Cater Cakes, when talking about ADHD medication, says, I miss taking them because they're too expensive in the US, but it helped so much with my ADHD. Well, Kate, you're a UK citizen now, and in the United Kingdom, we've got something amazing called the NHS in it. You're eligible for NHS treatment, aren't you? Surely. Surely you are. So, just go on that. Go to your doctor, be like, hello, I've got ADHD. Doctor over there already diagnosed me, so you don't need to like put any work into diagnosing me. Can you just give me like 20 a month or something, please? They'll be like, aye, no bother. Here you go. You'll be like, cheers. And then that's you're sorted. Easy peasy. Of course it won't go like that. of course, they'll be like, "Ah, well, our assessors need to independently verify because we don't trust American doctors," and that'll be like 15 years, be something like that. So good luck is what I'm saying. So Dando gave me, I think, 3 yesterday, and I've took the first one at about 1:10. So I'm looking any minute now. I'm looking forward to just a big jolt of productivity, and we can get tore into smashing tasks, man. So I'm looking forward to it. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? Wonderful to see you all in. Thanks very much. So a news story of a woman being quoted 18 years for an autism diagnosis. What the fuck, man? That is brutal. That is absolutely brutal. Hello, John the Human. Gutted to be in the basement today, missing the sun. Well, I'm in my wee room, missing the sun. I could open the window, but I think it will severely affect the careful lighting plans that I've put into. I mean, that actually looks kind of cool. Will we do this? Remember, Limmy tried this and he fucked it up so badly that he went in a bad mood for about a year. I'm keeping my curtains closed so I don't get annoyed about how nice it is because I'm stuck in all day. Aye. I was going to go a wee walk and stream me walking about, but nobody really cares when I do streams like that, unless, you know, unless it was like that film thing that we were doing with Pip and Cade. Radio Rendell, welcome in. Thanks very much for subbing. Have some bubbles. Thank you very much, Radio Rendell. One more month and we're into proper summer, where there's a genuine chance of warmth from the sun. I can't fucking wait. Well, in a month's time, we will be shooting the film, and I really hope we get lucky with the weather and a lack of punters kicking about where we're keen to film. So I'm really looking forward to it. Everything's going great, and I'm very, very excited to do some escape room stuff as well. And I've got a wee bit on just now, and it feels good, man. Dolan subbed you in the starting soon. We could have spied you before you were ready. Oh, got you, Carivore. Got you. Amazing. I'm 100% buying a 1030 hat if and when they launch. Dynamite, Stevja. Amazing. Carivore, this was shipped from the US. It did take a wee bit to get here, but it was sort of reasonably priced. Wore my Make Racist Afraid Again t-shirt the other day and get 3 separate comments that it was sound as fuck from complete strangers. That's brilliant. I wore this when I was on a tour of Tennant's factory, and somebody came over and she was like, "Hey, I'm sorry, but can I say I really like your hat?" And I was like, "Oh, thank you very much. It's my friend B. Dolan, he's a rapper." She's like, "I know." And I was like, "Cool. That's cool." Because with an accent like that, it could have went either way. Do you know what I mean? Could have went either way. But thank you. So there we go. I can't remember the last time somebody commented on something that I was wearing. So if you want to make a friend, check it out. Get some Dolan merch. Anyway, Dolan, I've promoted you a bit too much on this stream. I'm sorry. I mean, you're a good guy, and you haven't asked for any of this. But just so that people don't think I'm heavy pushing Dolan swag. Fun fact, that Pog was from Llama's collection, which Funkel took and sorted the Roadrunner Pogs from and gave to me, which I gave to you. That's amazing, man, because I did do a wee search, wondering... First off, not a Pog, it's a Tazo. They're slightly different. I was into these when I was a child, and I've got the full collection. These came in Walker's Crisps. And so when you sent me these from America, I was like, what? I didn't know they had Tazos in America. Obviously, Looney Tunes and stuff like that is American. But I didn't know Americans had Tazos. And I was like, oh, no way. So I had to do a wee search, and then I think I got distracted. So that's cool that this here has got the lineage and genesis of Funkel, Llama, and Dolan. I've got 2 of them. So now I'm compelled to then pass this on, or one of them. I'm keeping one of them. But now I'm maybe compelled to pass another one on to somebody else within the Twitch community to sort of pay it forward. Speaking of which, I'm quite excited because we might be having a wee meet-up kind of soon. A lot of the Twitch community folk for doing there are coming up here for a very special event. So I'm looking forward to that. Cudder can't come. Pip's shooting a project, so he can't come. But it'll be in a couple of weeks, and I'm really looking forward to it. Speaking of Funkle, hello Funkle, how's it going? Welcome in, how you doing? Hello Rhinoceros, welcome in everybody, how's it going? Have you hoovered up the entire cast of River City now that it's cancelled? It's heartbreaking now that it's cancelled. We haven't spoke to any of the cast. However, one former River City cast member was in the running for one of the roles, but we gave it to somebody else. But for the River City crew, we might hoover some of them up because a lot of editors right now are going to be out of work and we don't have an editor attached to the project yet. So we're going to worry about shooting it first before we worry about post. But who knows, some folk on River City might be working on our thing. We'll see how it goes. There is another actor in River City that I've got as like a third choice for a particular role. And Pip's like that, mate, nah, the first choice is we're going to get him. And I'm like that. It's quite an ambitious get though. So see if we don't get him, I've got some options. He's like, no, we're going to get this guy. And see if we do get this guy that Pip's got in mind and Pip's convinced that we're going to get. Fuck me, by the way. Best of the best. I'm looking forward to this, right? I'm really looking forward to it. Right now, we're on this project. We've been on the project for a wee bit. And because we've been thinking about all of this for over a year, for most of it, it's been like, oh, that'll be great. We'll do that. And it'll be brilliant. In about a year's time, that'll be great. And now it's actually coming round to, oh shit, aye, right, aye, oh, aye. Okay, so how do you get insurance again? Right, aye. How long have we... All right. Oh. But in the process of doing all of that, it's very much finding its own identity, right? And it's revealing certain parts of itself. About a year ago, I had in mind some more art-directed, more stylized stuff. And the more we work on it, the more the film's sort of revealing that it wants to be a bit more based in realism. And it's cool, man. It's shifted and changed and sort of formed its own vibe. And a big part of this is just listening to that and making sure that it's all being coordinated properly. It's very, very fun, man. So, and very scary as well. So we've got a wee bit of work to do with all of that, which is what we're going to be doing today. But first, there is somebody at my front door. Who's that? Posty. We're fine. GDad4211, thank you very much for subbing. Welcome in, GDad4211. Banter and memes forever. Thanks, GDad. And Rye3D, thank you very much for subbing. What a treat to be back here. It is, isn't it? Welcome everybody to 10:30 on Twitch. You're watching 10:30 on Twitch. Coming up today, 10:30's gonna do tasks. But first, here he is, getting to the bottom of the chat. It's 8 minutes past 2 on the 26th of March, 2025. And here is the stream live. It's 10:30 on Twitch. Righto. Your motion picture activity, John the Human. Remember, if you need any props you think I might have in my retro collection, give us a shout. Bowdy, that would be cool. I forgot about that. That would be cool. Have you got anything interesting that might be in the interior of a camper van? Do you know what I mean? Any like travel props? Travel bits of tech? Imagine you were living in the back of a camper van and you were a cool dude. Do you know what I mean? Any sort of set dressing for something that if you lived in a camper van and that was your vibe, maybe you could have like a wee something like that. You know what I mean? See if there's anything relevant there. But thanks very much for offering. I can't think of anything else. Any other locations? Any camping gear? Camping equipment? Stuff for setting fires? The proletariat deserves 10:30 streams. 100%, man. 100%. I got half an hour for by my 2:30 appointment. That's solid patter. Chameleon says it's 90% done. There's just a couple of bugs to fix. So there's like 80% of the work left to do. Aye, Chameleon, 100%. It's really annoying. So for the project that I'm working on for the escape room stuff, basically it looks for button inputs. It's a musical board. And if you play the correct tune, as in you press the correct buttons in the correct sequence, a thing unlocks, right? And it works great. It works absolutely perfect, except sometimes it doesn't. So you could type in the correct sequence, and the door just won't unlock. And that's quite an annoying problem to have, because most of the time it does work, and then sometimes it doesn't. So I'm thinking it's something to do with maybe debounced switches or something. So I need to do a lot of testing and things like that. And we'll find out what all of that is. So it's something that I might be able to fix in 2 minutes, or it's something that I might be able to, it might take me about 2 days to do or something. Anyway, Kate says, are we talking physically or metaphysically? Is that as in the people who are a distance away? Sorry, I'm a wee bit away in the chat. Norway here? Norway. Maximum respect to Norway. Maximum respect to Chelmsford. Maximum respect to the Urals Mountains. Why, Zenry? That sounds cool. Malaysia. Maximum respect, Malaysia. Deary me. It's been very difficult to get hold of in the UK, even if you already have a diagnosis, unfortunately. I see Saul McDonough. That might be why... Well, I don't want to speak too much about Dando's stuff. Dando spoke about their own medical things on stream before. It is all public, but I don't want to sit here and speak on... Do you know what I mean? So I'll just stop what I'm saying. But Dando gave me some pills, and I took one a wee while ago, and I can feel it, man. It feels like a very, very mild eckie. So we'll see how it goes. I want to do some productive stuff. The natural light looks very lovely on you. Thank you very much. It's working good, isn't it? I wonder why Limmy had such a bother when he tried it. Maybe a skill issue or something. I don't know. Don't know. Reminder, in England, you have a right to choose, with some places offering an assessment in a few weeks. Interesting. Remember, everybody, as well, if you're looking for an ADHD or autism diagnosis or any other sort of neurodivergence and whatever, if you happen to be at a college or a university or in any type of education, have a look and see if there's a learning support section, because my autism diagnosis was paid for by the Glasgow School of Art when I was a student. In third year, I went, because my mate was dyslexic, so he got a free laptop. So he came in one day with a laptop. I'm like, where the fuck do you get that? You can't afford that. He's like, it's because I'm dyslexic. I went to learning support. And as soon as he said learning support, I got up and I walked down to learning support. I'm like, hi, I think I'm dyslexic or something, but a laptop would fix it. How quickly can you get me a 17-inch one? And they took me in, did diagnostic tests and stuff. Turns out I'm not dyslexic at all, but I'm autistic as fuck. It came up on the chart out of like from 1 to 100. I'm like autistic as fuck as it happens. And so that meant I got a 16 gigabyte, because it's proportional to how autistic you are. It isn't. I'm lying. It isn't. And without that laptop, seriously, I mean, I'm making fun of the whole thing, but that really, really helped me out. And without learning support, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have been able to pay for a private diagnosis. So if anybody would benefit for that sort of thing, but maximum respect to anybody who's trying to get through the whole process, because it can be a pain in the arse. Anyway. Sounds like an exciting year coming up. Aye, it's all brilliant. Wee bit scary money-wise, where all the money's, do you know what I mean? Paying bills and stuff like that. But I'm part of a lot of cool creative projects that maybe won't pay financially good, but if I can get through them, then they could lead on to other things that would be good for that. Chicken Chaser says, good news, working on a telly shoot, so I had lunch with Deacon Blue yesterday. Lorraine offered me a chip. Amazing. I was at a wedding last year with Deacon Blue. They seem sound. And Deacon Blue's nephew was at art school with me back in the day. They seem like cool guys. Many compliments on the autism trousers, that's true, but only on Twitch. In real life, people don't compliment the autism trousers. They're just like, who the fuck's that guy? I've been asking magats how they reacted to Hillary's emails recently. It's really triggering them. Aye, all of that pish. I'd buy some 1030 branded autism trousers. I can maybe do you bubble trousers. I think I can do you bubble trousers. They might be a bit expensive though, and I wouldn't be making much profit from them, but I think I can do you really nice bubble trousers. Often get guys of a certain age pointing and smiling when I wear my two-stripe t-shirt. Amazing rhinoceros. I'm wearing two-stripe today. I'm thinking about bringing back two-stripe. There might be a penis under this label. Do you want to see if there is? I think we maybe removed the penises by the time we were doing these, but let's see if there is one. Oh, what? Oh no, that's TOS, man. You can't draw it. You can't show a drawing of a willy. What? We embroidered illustrations of cocks on the underside of our labels, just for a laugh, man. Just as a wee Easter egg, right? Because it was free. They're like, what do you want on the underside of your label? Well, like that. So I just quickly drew a cock, man. Pubes, boys, spunk line. Oh, that's too much. Remove the spunk line. We'll let it. Here you go. Somebody went mental, man. Somebody on the internet was like, this is a sexual assault. And I'm like, no, it isn't, man. It's a dauber. Anyway. How's it going, everybody? The fucking internet, man. See, try to do anything. So we stopped putting cocks on the labels, right? We just stopped it because who am I to say that you shouldn't be offended at a cock? You know what I mean? And then that began just a reduction of appetite for us to continue with the project. I'm just like, fuck these cunts, man. I gave a bag of them to B to throw at the crowd during the Wile E. Coyote in London. Amazing, Funkle Albert. I've got the full collection. So my retirement fund, I think I posted it on Twitter. I think I can show you the image. Yep. Here we go. So there's nothing on the inside, but that's my full collection. I've just called it retirement fund. That's a full whack. I think you could only get certain ones in Doritos as well. Or was that the Star Wars? I think that might have been the Star Wars Tazos. I've also got Sonic the Comic. I don't really have a pension or anything like that, but I've got Tazos complete collection and Sonic the Comic in volume 1 of the Star Trek Deep Space Nine magazine. So quite sure I'll be able to live comfortably when I reach the age of 65 if I get these on eBay. If we ever have to fight an ancient evil, those will probably be the secret token that unifies us before we battle the monster. I think so. We sort of put them together like the Power Rangers. I'm into it, man. And we should fight ancient evils. I think that's what we should do. Ry3D, once again, thanks very much for subbing. Welcome in. How you doing? Lorraine for Deacon Blue takes mayonnaise with her chips. I think that's an important piece of information. That is an important piece of information. You heard it here first. Chicken Chaser, thanks very much for providing exclusive content to the stream. Amazing. John Atfield Dart, 100%. 100%. You're already in the list. I don't know. So John Atfield Art's helping with. I don't know how much I can talk about various things, but I think we can. John Atfield Art's helping with storyboarding. So there's a scene in particular in the film where there's a lot of action, lots of running about and stuff like that. That needs to happen, this needs to happen, this needs to happen. The rest of the film is kind of stripped back a bit. So there's conversations and things happening, you know, and establishing shots and everything else. But there's one bit in particular that's got a lot of motion, a lot of commotion. And we really need to know what we're doing when we're going in to shoot it, because we don't have all day to shoot stuff. And so the better prepared we are in pre-production, then the easier the shoot will go. So that's where a storyboard artist comes in. So we can figure it all out. We know that we're going from that shot to that shot to that shot. We can arrange it all weeks before we end up on set. And if you see it all laid out, I can maybe even put it together as an animatic or something like that. then we know, shit, we can't go for that shot to that shot because that's there, so we need this in place. You know what I mean? We need to lay it all out like that. And so John Atfield's helping there. I've put together, I might send it through, John, and it might be useful, might not be useful. Just a wee bit on, like, because I think John's an accomplished, or well, definitely an accomplished illustrator, but I don't know if you've done too many storyboards. So I've put together like a wee sort of cheat sheet on like really basic visual language stuff for composing film shots, as opposed to like another sort of format or media stuff. Just basic jargon and stuff. What's a medium close up? What are eye lines? When should you use this sort of technique versus that technique? When should you use a telephoto lens rather than a wide? You know, what are the implications of putting the horizon on a tilt? Just all of that sort of stuff. So I'll maybe send that through, and you're welcome to have a wee browse through. And if you don't want to as well, it's absolutely class as well. But it was in order to give us a sort of shared language, because I used to teach this sort of stuff, so I wouldn't mind being all in about it. If anybody's wanting to go camping and needs camping gas, I have a crate of them. And in big canisters, I'd like to get rid of some of them. Non-binary, are you based in a place where I can steal some of that gas from you? Because I might need some of that. Base and brace, I've got the curtains open. Got the curtains open. I might be slightly overexposed. I'm not entirely sure. So I'll maybe compensate for that. Is that like a wee bit better? But I got the curtains open. How's it going? Welcome in. Natural light's flattering, but it can't lie. It can't lie. Your forehead is much smaller than a reflective surf. I can't comment on that. As you're being mean. My partner is a learning support advisor helping people get hardware and software. Dynamite, John Atfield. I wonder if they're maybe the same person. No, they can't be. It wouldn't work out. You scored 1030 on the O to 100 autism score, and that's the origin story, 100%, man. I set the parameters. Hello, the Weed Mad Baker. Sorry, the Wee Mad Baker. That's a Freudian slip there. Wee Mad Baker, welcome in. How you doing? SSRI says, I used to draw cocks and balls everywhere, but I've stopped doing it in the last few years. Aye, 100%. Many bikes as your cock touched? Well, exactly. Hunters, including some famous bikes as well. Rhinoceros says, the first thing I'm doing when I get home is looking for a speed dauber on my label. So there was a certain point where we had to order new stock, and on the new stock I was like, we're just best not putting cocks on the back of the label. We're just best not doing that. If it's annoyed one person, because I was reading into what they're all about, and I think they're carrying a lot of trauma because of stuff that's happened to them in the past. And I think when they saw the cock on the back of the label, it might have triggered that trauma, right? And so who am I to say, do you know what I mean? That, like, it would be a dick move, no pun intended, for me to be like, no, the cocks are very important to our cultural. It's easy to just not put a cock on a label. So although I don't agree with it because I can't see it or understand it, doesn't mean that I'm right. You know what I mean? So I did a sort of mental cost benefit thing. You know, what's the best thing that could happen if somebody finds a cock under a label on the t-shirt that I've made and trying to promote versus what's the worst thing that could happen? And so we just went with, like, right, let's no longer put cocks on the labels. And that meant that if your t-shirt does have a cock under the label, that's exclusive. That's very rare. You're part of the original launch. Do you know what I mean? So if you stick them on eBay in sort of 20, 30 years, whenever I die, obviously I'll be infamous at that point, right? Then you can say, oh, I've got an original. And somebody on the Antiques Roadshow, they'll be like, does it have a cock under the label? You'll be like, ah, it fucking does, man. And they'll be like, ah, £1 million. BBC will have to like blur out the cock on the Antiques Roadshow podcast. I think it's pills kicking in, man. There we go. I've done a few in my time, but please send it. Brilliant. I didn't know you had or you hadn't. That's absolutely cool. It was also so as the DOP, me, you, and Pip would all have a shared language. But listen, see if you've done storyboards, fucking you will be more knowledgeable about it than I will be. That's brilliant, man. You're a short drive away. Cool. Non-binary, that's great. Oh, here, I just realised that I'm not in the film's Discord, even though I kickstarted it. I could help out with props and chat if I was. Bowdy, if you've kickstarted it, you should have access to the film's Discord. See if I don't invite you just now, I'll forget to do it. So you should have access to the Discord. I don't know how that's done. I don't know if it's through Kickstarter or something, but we should be online pals. Bowdy, could you just send me a Discord friend request if you haven't already? Because I'm typing you in, invite friends to Discord, and you're no coming up in the list. I thought we were Discord pals. If you send me my personal Discord account a message, I'll get you into that channel. Thank you very much. Because you have kickstarted it, so it should all work. You know what I mean? Anyway. Seeing a cock on a label brings joy to so many, though. I know, I was very conflicted about it all, right? Because this person's a woman, right? I'm not a woman. And so I don't know about things. But I spoke to a lot of different people, including the head of illustration at the Glasgow School of Art, who is a woman. And she's like, no, it's just a speed dauber. And I was like, what do you call it? She's like, a speed dauber? The head of illustration talking about a cock. And I'm like, what's that? She's like, you would draw a dauber as fast as you possibly could. Like, fuck. Like that. A speed dauber. I'm like, that's brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant. Everybody that I spoke to is in favour of the cock, except for one person who's a total stranger, but was moaning about it quite a bit on the internet. And I don't want to ever be in the position where I'm like that. It actually isn't sexual assault. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? So I'm just like, right, fuck it, let's just delete it all. Do you know what I mean? Okay, thanks for your feedback. Taking on board, thank you very much. Cool, man, cool. Okay, thanks for your help. Anyway, how come everything I touch ends up getting just a bit, like, hard after a while? Oofed! Pun not intended. Hey, look at that, look what happened there. Sorry if anybody's interpreted that last sentence as sexual assault, because it wasn't. Going to move on for this, right? Let's just move on. Is there anything distinguishing about the cock to make sure that we can really make known that it's an original? Ian, I will know. Please do not buy counterfeit 1030 merchandise, thank you very much. Journalism now is just spouting shite for social media. You could end up in a media storm as a result of the complaint. 100%, man. If anybody searched for that company name and saw all of that nonsense, that's just something I don't want. The Scottish streamer at the centre of the embroidered penis scandal declined to provide a comment. Exactly, man. It's the last thing I need, especially after the swastika pish. Oh, God, man. It's hard being me. Glad you've got the ball rolling again on this gig. And it's going well. I have to go outside of my building. There's a blade of grass that needs caressing. Amazing, Avgas. You have a wonderful time outside. You have a wonderful time. I still got cock and balls inside of my fridge when I assumed whiteboard pens would wipe off. Turns out they don't. What you need to do, Bowdy, is get a pen that does wipe off on your fridge and then go over the top of that and then it should wipe off. Or alternatively, if you use a hand sanitizer, like COVID era hand sanitizer, that's got alcohol in it, you can put that on a cloth and that should remove the cock and balls that are on the side of your fridge. As you can tell, I've had to do this a number of times in the past. Maybe test it on a bit of the fridge that's not visible first, just in case it affects the paint or something like that, because you don't want the paint chipping. But chances are it won't. Chances are you'll be able to give it an alcohol wipe. It should be robust and fine. But please don't sue me if I've wrecked your fridge. For a long time, I considered making a coffee table book out of pictures of dicks I've seen drawn in my green rooms around the world. That would be cool, man. There's a guy called Rudy Hunter, right? and he's got a book called Draw Me a Tree. So this is a book for magicians. You can buy it on, no, it's a DVD actually. He is a magician, sort of mind reader, former psychic type of guy, right? So he gives people psychic readings, but instead of telling folk that, okay, I'm sensing now from blah, 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 that you're an outgoing person, and instead of doing palm reading or other types of divination, what he will do is get his clients to draw a tree. And purely by the way he draws a tree, they draw a tree, he can then apparently tell people information about themselves. So if you draw it this orientation versus this orientation, he's got some bullshit script about, okay, well, you're an outgoing person and you can stand up and you're proud or whatever, versus, right, well, you can see things at a broad level. Just nonsense, man. It's like a P.T. Barnum personality reading, Forer statements, cold reading. And as a method of divination, which is kind of like the misdirection part of giving somebody a cold reading, he has developed this concept of draw me a tree. And because you just draw a tree and he tells you about your personality based on that, it feels a bit less like woo than a palm reading or something like that. So I got this DVD ages ago because I was doing a project on how psychic mediums are scumbags, and I intended to redo some of this with cock drawings. So if you draw me a dauber, I will be able to tell you about your personality. So if you draw a speed dauber, there are lots of different varieties in it. Do the balls have wee pubes coming out? Are the balls just like one sort of sack, or are they defined? Do you have pubes at the top, and how are they rendered? Is it like like that? What sort of angle are we talking, right? Is it got a tip? Is there spunk coming out? What's happening? So all of that I translated into kind of compelling readings, but then I stopped it because I was really drunk one night and I was out with a mate and I was chatting to her and I'm like, here, draw me a cock and I'll tell you about, I was learning about it. And then the next day she tweeted me a photo, just being like, oh, by the way, here's the cock that you got me to draw in the pub last night. And see, just in the light of day with a hangover and stuff like that. She was a good mate and things, but I'm just like, I put it in a context where I realised I'm like, and also all that stuff had happened with the label and things. It put me off the idea of cocks. So I was in the light of day with a hangover, with a woman saying, here is the photo that you asked me to draw last night. And it was like it was a big stoter, man, veins up the side and all of that. And she's a married woman, and I'm asking her to draw. Do you know what I mean? So at that point, she was cool about the full thing. It was fine. But there's something when I was reading that text or reading that tweet, and I'm like, I maybe shouldn't just be going about asking people to draw cocks in pubs and stuff. Like, I just don't want. Like, I can easily just not do that. You know what I mean? I can easily just not do that. I can just tell stories if I'm in a pub or something like that instead. So I stopped that. But if I had a TV show or something with the ability to interrogate psychic mediums and stuff, I've got this fully written. I've got a good 10 minutes on people drawing cocks and what it means about their personalities. But that's another unfinished project that I might get round to at some point. But this stream was brought to you by Cocks and Balls. You could have an option for cocked merch versus non-cocked. I could, but that project's now long over. It would mean that there's different stock and stuff like that to pay attention to. So I don't think you can really be responsible for stuff like that, but it's also not really worth the hassle. If you're selling thousands, maybe, but not when it's small numbers, aye. It was just another headache that I'm like, I don't know. I'd encourage everyone to be able to have 72 hours of food and water and so on. Are you a bit of a prepper non-binary? You totally intended that pun. I'm not clever enough to have intended that pun, Dolan. It just happened. Anyway, the wife enjoys showing kids how to draw butts, bums, arses. She tells them that if anyone gets upset, say they are peaches. That's brilliant. I used to do as a sign off an ASCII bum. So that's an ASCII bum there. I don't know if it'll show up correctly on Twitch. And if you want to wiggle your bum at somebody, you do that. Anybody who can see the Twitch chat just now will see my my wiggling arse. There it is there. You see that? Not Baron says, what's the swastika pish? I don't know if I want to go into it. Remember when Elon Musk sort of became a Nazi properly? It was around about the same time that he branded Twitter as X, and he reactivated lots of white nationalist accounts that had previously been banned. He reactivated Trump's account, and he was kind of stoking racism and stuff like that. It was around about the same time that he rebranded it with the big X. And so in order to articulate that Musk has bought Twitter in order to be a conversational platform for radical extremism and far-right stuff, and literal Nazism as well, I reappropriated the X logo and put sort of fins on the side so that it resembled a swastika, which is the a shortcut, a shorthand to visually represent fascism. And I thought it was quite a powerful piece of work. I was quite happy with it. So I tweeted the Twitter logo with fins on the side. And in the context of the news that week, it was very obvious what that meant. It meant Twitter is becoming a place for fascism, and the new owner is encouraging this, because in the news that week, it was like, he's enabled this dickhead and that dickhead, and they've done all these horrible stuff. But something happened in a video game about 6 months later that encouraged somebody, like a new enemy I had, to go through all my tweets. And when they saw that, they intentionally misinterpreted it, thinking that they could convince other folk that I'm on the side of swastikas and stuff. And it just became a whole big thing. But when I originally tweeted it, everybody understood what it meant. But it was only later, when somebody was looking for ammunition to sort of go after me online, did they find that, and then posted at different places out of context, telling their followers that I'm a fascist and shit. Go fuck yourselves. And that's kind of damaging for a couple of different reasons. It's damaging to me, right? So I feel a bit bad about all of that and people thinking that I'm a baddie, because I'm not a baddie. But it's also damaging to the cause of people who are trying to fight fascism. And in a lot of ways, it's reappropriating a lot of progressive good that we've done in the past against fascism, and sort of just exploiting that to go after somebody that you've got a personal grievance with. So to that particular person, I would say go fuck yourself. With respect, absolutely go fuck yourself. I didn't delete the tweet, man. I stand by it. I said it was satire. They then misinterpreted the word satire to mean comedy. Satire and comedy are two different things. Satire can be funny sometimes, but quite often it isn't. Quite often satire's purpose is in order to distort or to exaggerate something so that you can see the meaning behind it, so that you can share a point, or otherwise apply scrutiny to something to make parallels and make connections. I've got a degree in visual communication, and I taught at an undergraduate and postgraduate for 5 years. I don't recommend everybody messes about with swastikas, because it's quite a caustic image, and as I've found, pisses off a lot of people. So I'm not saying we should be free and easy when we're dealing with imagery like that. But what I did at the time was valid, and I will stand by it. But it just is horrible to see somebody willfully misinterpret something that you've done, and use that to try and attack your personality, to cause you damage, to try and slander your name, and essentially get you to lose followers. Like, get a fucking hobby, man. Get a hobby. And what I would say is, if that person genuinely thought that I was a Nazi and went after me, like, just reading any of my tweets, been on the internet since 2006, I think you'll find that I'm really on the right side of like everything that's happened ever. And if finding Nazis on Twitter was very important to you, like, you don't need to look far to find actual real ones. Like, that was the point I was making in the first place. So I don't think it is about any of that. I think it was about going after me And after going through all my tweets, that was the only bit of ammo they could find to attack my character, which is why they used that. Anyway, quite often I just think about going to get just a normal job, man. I want to go back to the call centre, just go and fucking work 9 to 5, and I don't need to deal with all these cunts. But I can't hack that shit, so here I am. It's all a big misunderstanding. At the time I was asked to cover the window of a watch shop and swatch stickers. Nice one. Dearie me. Do you have any headphone recommendations? I don't beneath the headphones. The BBC bought me some ages ago. They're kind of Sony ones, and they're perfectly flat. They're not like a bass boost or anything like that. I don't know where they are. I don't know. I'm not an audio person. I'm more of a visual person. I'm sure there are other people in the chat who'll have better headphone recommendations. Anyway. Hello, Jack Rants. How's it going? The clip is good. Just put that on TikTok with no context. I'm no clipping it. I'm no clipping it. Sorry, I'm no looking at it. I'll end up getting distracted. But thank you very much for clipping it. In fact, I'll open it in a new tab so I can see it after the stream. This. Dearie me. I look back at every great night the next day full of fear and anxiety about every move I made. It's bizarre and everyone is fine with me. Irish Gamer Girl, I know exactly what you mean. Booze can, that's why one of the reasons why I don't drink anymore is because I get terrible, terrible, terrible hangovers, right? And part of a hangover is thinking that, like, see that doom feeling? And booze will trick you with this. Booze will make you convinced the next day that everything you said the night before was horrible and that nobody likes you and all this sort of stuff. I'd some I read ages ago. And since I stopped drinking, I don't need to deal with any of that shit anymore. Life's hard enough. But I don't like booze personally anymore, really. Anyway. I'd say almost any creative idea seems awful the next morning with a hangover anxiety, not just ones involving cocks. It was a mix of different things. It was the label thing, and it was all of that. And it's because I'd been sort of preaching on like the pro-cock side for a bit that I'd got bored of it all. And I'm like, is this really a hill that I want to die on? No, man, I've got other stuff to do. I'll kind of put the cock to bed for a wee bit. Maybe go back to it. Could call yourself Bobby Ross? Aye, I could. Greyfriars Bobby. Was in Oxford at the weekend. Some academic was bombing cocks everywhere. Quite good, to be fair. Amazing. Amazing. ASCII Bummer playing download this year. Dearie me. Remember when that was a controversial idea? The bum thing? Aye. I thought it was really interesting when I was in Pompeii. Goodness me, William Tolan, thank you very much for subbing. I'm only here for the pro-cock side. Dynamite. Thank you, William Tolan. Thank you very much for your support here. And thanks for the bubble blast. I thought it was really interesting when I was in Pompeii that there were graffitied cocks scratched into some walls. Aye, man, cocks are very important in the history of humans. And the speed dauber is a piece of cultural iconography that has existed for hundreds of years and transcends all language and genders and everything else. Folk know about the speed dauber, and it is an incredibly effective medium for self-expression, as I've identified earlier. It was a simpler time back when we had to make our own emojis, 100%, aye. 100%, man. Beneath everything says, the bloke Musk is also pumping space, full of space junk too. Blokes, a Bobby and all. He is absolutely. Speaking of space and cock drawings, did you know, and this is true everybody, you heard it here first maybe, you probably didn't, but did you know there is a speed dauber, a cock drawing, right? I'm skirting Twitch TOS here, and I'm also, no, I'm not on TikTok today, so they can go fuck themselves. There is one of these on the moon. Did you know that? Not making this up. There is a drawing of a cock and balls on the moon. It's called the Moon Museum. And there was a project by NASA to create an art gallery on the moon. I'm trying to find a high-res version of this. I can see it right here. So obviously getting art into space costs a lot of money. So what they did was get a tiny silicon thing, or it might have been plastic or something like that, and they etched different famous artworks or famous artists' contributions on this tiny bit of plastic. This is what it looks like. So here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 artists' submissions for the Moon Museum. I think there's other art on the other side of it. So this right now, right this second, is on the moon. One of the artists that submitted work is Andy Warhol, and he submitted his initials. And up the top left here, his initials, if you rotate it slightly, look a bit like an A for Andy and a W for Warhol. He drew a cock and balls knowing that it was going to be on the moon. Say what you want about Andy Warhol, he got a fucking speed dauber on the moon. And if that's not art, I don't know what is. Incredible shit, man. There's a cock on the moon right now. So if you think that, oh, speed dauber, that's a bit immature, that's a bit... No. This has transcended hundreds of years. This is a culturally important insignia that's got deep meaning and significance, which is why I defended it for so long, and then I got bored, and then I started doing something else with my life. Anyway, you should have been cancelled for your 60 grand art school tweet. Aye, that was quite funny as well. I really don't mean to bam people up, man. I really don't mean to bam people up. Kate says, really, critical thinking skills have disappeared in general. I don't think the other person was acting in good faith. I don't think they genuinely thought that I was supporting fascism. I think they intentionally misinterpreted it. You know what I mean? So I don't think they're silly. I think they were malicious, and that's why it all happened. You asked me if I'm a prepper. Not just Europe has told its citizens to have 72 hours food and water. All right. And fuel if there's a problem, that we tend to have delivery systems for shops that just in time. So if someone hacks payment provider, we might not be able to make payments. So maybe I have some cash as a prepper. That's very interesting, non-binary. I'm into that. That's very, very cool. I remember at the start of lockdown, I went and even bought iodine tablets and stuff like that. I was convinced it's all going to go to shit. I was a wee bit scared at the start of lockdown. But there's a line between being irrationally worried about stuff versus being sort of responsible and prepared, isn't there? So I think you're on the right side of that. It's something that I've not considered for a wee while. B. Dolan is a very trusty person when it comes to headphones. My headphones are a Bear Dynamic DT770 Pro, and I love them. I think it depends what you intend to do with your headphones as well. So headphones that I wear are, well, the expensive headphones that I've got, that again my employer bought me, are in order to monitor sound when I'm making videos. So you want a perfectly flat, neutral response. They're not for me to listen to music with or anything like that. And so I think you've got different types of headphones. You've got just recreational headphones. You want to listen to your iPod, or you don't get iPods anymore, but you know what I mean? Then you'll have different types of stuff. I don't know about headphones. Don't know anything about them. I have enough doom feeling without drinking a bit much. 100%, Kate. Totally, man. Did you ever get anywhere with your embedded video player? Did you say that ESP32 may have some backdoors in them? I did, Ian. The video player I'm doing slightly differently, and the ESP32 backdoor news story, I didn't read a lot about it, but I read the headline, read some of the comments, and in the comments they were saying these vulnerabilities aren't exclusive to the ESP32. The vulnerabilities are exclusive to like every Bluetooth 4 LTE device that's ever been made. Don't quote me on that. I might not be telling the truth because I'm just going by what somebody said. So I was a wee bit worried at first, and then I was like, it just is what it is. I think it was just a big news story that very quickly disappeared when folk knew that there maybe wasn't much truth in it, but I didn't take a lot of time. I was a bit busy at the time. Life in general seems like particularly honking hangover, probably of the Romans' model of stupidness. Aye, maybe. I think we're still hungover for a lot of shit that happened before we were here, sort of generational trauma and stuff. It's also common with autism to wonder if we did something to piss somebody off. Aye, I get that all the time, man. I had that today. Said hello to somebody, they were a wee bit weird, and for an hour I'm like that. And what's horrible about being autistic and feeling that is, see if you ask them repeatedly, have I done something to piss? Are we all right? Is everything okay? Did I say? See if you're like that a lot with somebody, that can piss them off. So you can't win. Maximum respect to all the autistic folk out there. I know exactly what you're going through. Maybe different people are going through different stuff. Nora's Day, how you doing? Welcome in. Here you, I've got that hat. Good to see you. Good to see you, Nora's Day. Welcome in. How you doing? Thank you very much for subbing. Pumping out pro-cock messages, aka pre-app agenda. I know I'm at pro-cock agit-prop. Good news, tooth isn't cracked, just nerve inflammation for a bad bite on the crown. That's brutal, carnivore. I've got half my filling missing. I contacted the dentist. They phoned me when I was in a meeting with Scroobius Pip and somebody from Scottish Screen talking about this film. So I dinged the call and I've no got back to them. So today I was supposed to get back to them, but I'm streaming today, which is, it's on the to-do list. So I might pivot at any minute now into like a work-along stream. But I want to chat to you first, man. I've never seen the cock-drawn sketch with Horn and Corden. Haven't seen that. What about one on Mars? I don't think there's a cock on Mars yet, but Elon Musk is insisting that he does want to go at some point. So whenever he gets round to it, there will be a cock on Mars. If you didn't get the joke, I was talking about Elon Musk because he's the cock. I mean, most of the space program is phallic symbols. Most rockets are penis-shaped, 100%, man. It's just cocks all the way down. Do you know the spaces in the tyres for the rovers on Mars spells out JPL in Morse code? I did not, man. What's JPL? I was going to say, imagine there was a dauber on the gold record, but then I remembered it has images of a naked man and woman on it, so it does have a dauber. Chameleon, there's a dauber everywhere, man. See, no matter where you look, daubers. Telling you, man. Did a documentary in North France in a trench, used the war, and there was graffiti carved into the chalk, Stars of David, Canadian flags, and a cock and balls. I think it's one of the oldest forms of expression we have. Anyway, had a DT 880 for years and they're decent, flat, open headphone. Amazing. Aye, you need to look if you want an open headphone. Or like a closed headphone will provide a wee bit of sound isolation and stuff like that, but then you don't, you know, there's different types of things. Also, with audio technology, you can pay anything between £15 and, you know, £15 million for a pair of headphones. But there'll be a price point where you sort of get diminishing returns, where like, right, that's good enough for me. You know what I mean? If you really want to, you can pay 700 times that for a very slightly better thing. And most of it, really, unless you're in a professional environment and you really need a particular thing, most of all this audiophile gear is just marketing and bullshit. So just get something that sounds good to you, that does what you need it to do. I'm a pro skim reader too. I skimmed less than you. I didn't even read that message, Ian. I don't know what you're talking about. Just sort of glanced at it. They lie, the neurotypicals lie. They do fucking lie, Fluffy. They do lie. And see, if you call them on their lies, you're the baddie. If you notice that, fucking bunch of neurotypical lying bastards, man. Anyway, bunch of liars. We keep getting similar medical stuff, but I'm getting better luck. Aye, we've got the neck stuff, we've got the tooth stuff. At least you're all going to get yours all fixed and sorted. Jet Propulsion Labs, they put a lot of missions together for NASA. I see. Non-binary, if you're in, what does JPL mean? Any thoughts on the scan that revealed the structures under the pyramids of Giza? Tim Quassong, that is an excellent question. Are we out of ads again? Because I think Tim Quassong will be in ads. Are we currently in ads, or are we out of ads? I should have a thing here that says if I'm in ads or not. See, it's a hard question to ask you because anybody who isn't in an ad, there we go, bad ads are done now. Non-binary's asking, what was the question? What does JPL stand for? Oh, Jet Propulsion Lab, that's what Kate just answered. Sorry, got it. And the other thing I was going to say after the ads finished was, sorry, streaming's hard, man. What was the other thing? It was just there. Somebody else was saying, Tim Quassong says, any thoughts on the scans that revealed the structures under the pyramids of Giza? Yes, Tim Quassong, I've got strong thoughts about this. So, you might not have seen this, right? But last week in the news said that scientist boffins have found structures, column structures, under one of the massive pyramids that go hundreds and hundreds of meters deep. And there's a complex network of stairs and all of this sort of stuff. And it looks a bit like an energy source or some sort of reactor or something like that. And everybody's getting excited because the pyramid's this size and for hundreds of meters underneath, there is this huge structure. Some people are saying there is alien technology. Other people are saying it's alien like a landing spot. Some people are saying that it's an energy generator. And all of those people that are talking about it, all of those people are the same cunts that were saying that UFOs are over New Jersey, right? So that's clue one that something might be a wee bit weird. That's the first step there. Something's a wee bit strange. Dug into it a bit further. The guy who said that there is stuff under the pyramids, he's talking a lot of shite. He spoke a lot of shite before about previous things that haven't materialised. The scans that he's talking about were actually done years ago. I think they were done 5 or 6 years ago. And the mechanism, I think it's ultrasound or infrasound or something like that. The mechanism that he says that have created this subterranean imagery. Can't remember the name of the technology, sorry, off the top of my head, but I was reading that type of subterranean ordnance technology can only go a few feet. So for him to say that he's used that technology to find structures that go hundreds of meters into the earth is impossible. So Full Things is a lot of shite as far as I'm concerned. I'm happy to be proven wrong. I can't wait to see where it goes. If it's real, then that's cool, and we should have a look at it. But I can definitely smell shite. I can definitely smell. First time I saw it, I'm like, that smells a wee bit like shite. And then I dug into it further. Full Things stinking of shite. I hope I'm wrong, because wouldn't that be cool if we found out something cool about the pyramids? But for whatever reason, there's a certain type of nutter in the world that's got a fixation with pyramids. And I think pyramids are really cool, and we can learn a lot about pyramids. But when you start listening to the people who like to talk about pyramids on the internet, usually you're only about 1 or 2 clicks away from vaccine denial and Bigfoot shit. And once you're in those spheres, usually you're only 1 or 2 clicks away from like horrible bigotry, racism, xenophobia, fascism, all of that sort of stuff. So it's a slippery slope, and it's important to develop a sophisticated set of tools to be able to smell shite early on. I might be wrong about all of this, and if I'm wrong about all of this, it's easy to prove. Dead easy to prove. Just have a wee go there and have a look. But I don't think they will. I don't think we will hear anything else about that. That's my prediction. But what a great question, Tim Quassel. And I hope I'm wrong as well. I hope there's some cool shit. I hope we find aliens under there or something. The cock and balls trees on the way towards the border on the west coast side are always a good laugh. Cool. I don't think I've seen them. Bowdy says, I used to work in an audiophile store and I've seen some stupid shithousery. Aye, monster cable stuff, gold-plated digital cables won't give a better connection because it's a digital connection. All of that nonsense. If you want to defraud people, I highly recommend picking as a target market wealthy audio enthusiasts because they'll give you money for anything, man, if you just tell them that it's special. Novo says, seeing as there's some space chat, we chatted yonks ago about this, but I'm a fellow BBCer, James, and I spent years producing Sky at Night. Amazing! And also all the Stargazing Lives, etc. In fact, I gave Stargazing Live its title too. Novo, this is amazing. Before that, it was going to be called Wonders of the Solar System Live. Little factoid for you there. Novo, if ever you're working on any sort of thing that's like that, give me a shout. I'm available for graphics work on a freelance basis, independently, or if it needs to be funded through BBC, if you contact the BBC Scotland graphics department, you can request me by name through there. However, if you do it via there, I'll make slightly less money than if you come to me direct. But I'd love to work on something like that. That would be brilliant. And thanks very much, Novo, on your creation of the genesis of a show with such impact as Sky at Night. That's amazing. Animated Gamer, thanks very much for gifting us up to Novo. There we go. Animated Gamer, thank you very, very much. Your shoulder's brand new too? Nah, my shoulder's still totally fucked. Filmed many times at JPL, including when they were building and then testing. Curiosity, very cool place indeed. Amazing. Cater Cakes in chat is well connected with all the NASA folk and has done a lot of work in there and just knows all the astronauts and stuff. This is amazing. We've got a lot of space representation in chat here. This is fantastic. Thank goodness you covered the pyramid story. I skim read it. I sort of skim read it as well. I didn't get to the bottom really, but that's my interpretation of just sitting in bed like that. I've toured JPL. It was super cool, and I got some nice posters and stickers. Amazing. Fantastic. Where's my ALU hat at? Won't that under the structure be all the infrastructure for floating the stones in order to build the pyramids? Aye, or it could just be foundations as well. So what they've imaged only goes down a wee bit, but they're implying the rest and just adding some bullshit to it. Amazing. That's cool. That's brilliant. Novo Keto, welcome back. Fluffy says the cynic in me says it's a hoax to boost Egyptology tourism. I don't know if it's as... I don't know. I mean, I don't have any evidence for this, but as I said, like particularly between the 60s and 70s, supernatural enthusiasts and people just peddling grift used the pyramids as a, oh, mystical, eh? Oh, ho, what's happening with the pyramids? The whole pyramid is power thing. So if you make a paper pyramid and put something underneath it, it can energize it. All of this pish. A lot of that came from racism because of the assumption that brown people back in the day couldn't possibly have built something as impressive as the pyramids. And so if you've got that misinterpretation, then you might think, oh, well, clearly they couldn't have done it because we're bigoted and prejudiced against them, and so we think they're stupid. So if they didn't do it, how did these pyramids get here? Oh, it must have been aliens. That's a more logical explanation. Aliens must have done it because obviously they people who are more or less identical to us in every possible way, because the human brain hasn't evolved that much at all since, you know, since then. Technology has and stuff, but anyway, so a lot of it's sort of steeped in racism and things, I think, and again, all of that is just one or two clicks away from Bigfoot, psychic mediums, some types of fundamentalist Christianity, all of that sort of stuff is all different cheeks of the same arse, kinda. If you go to whatstheharm.com, you can see visual examples of how harmful apparently innocent supernatural beliefs can be. There's some obvious stuff like vaccinations and things, but then there's stuff that wouldn't be as obvious, like palmistry or Bigfoot or chupacabra stuff or aliens or whatever. But we can really confuse ourselves and each other if we pay too much attention to this and don't pay any attention to evidence-based policy or just apply any scrutiny. We love a cool story, but all of this stuff is just like a lot of slop there. You know what I mean? They said there was a Scottish academic involved in those scans, and I'm like, is that you know who? Neil Oliver? And it wasn't, right? I've not read too much about it, right? So I might be totally wrong, but apparently, for what I have been reading, they can't image all of that. Norris Day says, "Are you skinnier?" I don't mean any offence, and usually wouldn't make any comment on appearance, but I know you were hitting the weights. Please ignore if not appropriate. Norris Day, I have lost fat. I don't like to talk about it on stream. I'm fine to talk about it to anybody who asks me about it, but different people who watch streams maybe don't want to talk about weight loss or body stuff or whatever, because different people, could be triggered by that or whatever else. But I've made a conscious effort to lose weight. I was, over a year ago, I was morbidly obese. And you can't really see it on stream because I carry it all in my belly. Don't really carry it here or whatever as much. So I'm over 40 and I feel like shit all the time, man. My body's fucked. Every joint is fucked. I wake up just feeling as if I haven't been to sleep before. I don't sleep very well. My breathing is fucked. Everything is fucked. My blood feels like it's just made out of syrup. It's shite. So over a year ago, I was like, right, okay, I'm going to make a conscious effort to maybe try and fix this. And I have done. I've lost loads of weight. However, what I didn't do that I intended to do was also build up muscle at the same time. And that's because, well, I have done it a bit, but not as much as I can because I've got a rotator cuff injury here. So I've got severely limited motion in this arm. And it looks like it might need surgery. So my physio's told me, it's given me exercises to do, but told me not to do barbell stuff and whatever else. So, and also I haven't really been doing the exercises that my physio's telling me. But I have lost loads of body weight, and a lot of that will be muscle mass as well. So what I need to do next is just put on muscle. And I should have done that in parallel, but I didn't. So I need to get back into that. My left arm is incredibly weak. I've got exercises with resistance bands. So you do that, keep a straight arm, put it over your head. I can do it, no bother with this. See, as soon as I try to do it with that, so weak. If I put my arm out and you did that, it would go down. Whereas with this, kind of strong. But I need to build more muscle mass just in general throughout my body because I'm getting to the age just now where it's very, very, very difficult to put on muscle mass. So what I was going to do was the sort of thing that a bodybuilder would do, like a cut and bulk phase. So right now I'm still in a cut phase. I'm still losing weight. I think I've got another 10 kilograms to go. I was over 110 kilograms and I want to get down to maybe about 75 or 80. But once you're down at the bottom end, it doesn't really matter about your weight as much as your body composition, how much is fat versus how much is muscle. And so I'm doing it for my own health because I was heavily recommended to do that. And also I'm using Pip's film because I'm going to be in front of the camera for a wee bit in Pip's film. So I was using that as like motivation. And I'm not saying that people need to be skinny to be on camera or anything like that. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm not giving advice to anybody about how to live their life or anything like that. I'm just talking about my own personal journey. And I thought that if I had a deadline, like a goal to aim for, that I was more likely to do it. So it's been a slow process, slower than a lot of people do it, but it's been gradual, and I'm quite happy with how it's going. Other than obviously, I really, really need to put on muscle, otherwise I can start to look a bit sickly. You know what I mean? But we'll see how it goes. The desperation of people who will make up literally anything rather than accept reality and do something about it. 100%. If it makes people sleep easy at night, that's what it is. Pursue says always extraterrestrials, like older, more sophisticated for their age, civilizations, cultures, and people couldn't have made it. Racist trope, 100%. 100%. There's no peer reviews or anything like that. It's all just nonsense. It reminds me of an Onion headline. Conspiracy theory wastes no time in getting racist. 100%, man. Alien crap usually does put you down a racist pipeline. Aye. I remember watching a video on YouTube about how they maybe built the pyramids, and it was good. It was like evidence-based and stuff like that. They're talking about channeling a body of water, well, it'd be the Nile for a lot of the pyramids, and using buoyancy devices that were strapped on the side of rocks in order to move like the massive, massive, massive bits of stone. Because a lot of it is a mystery. We still don't know how a lot of this stuff was done, right? And here's something that humans are bad at. Check this out, right? Here's something that humans are terrible at. It's saying 3 words, I don't know. Humans are awful at that. Very rare you will find somebody who'll admit when you ask them a question, oh, I don't know. And so because of that, if we don't know the answer to something, we'll just invent something. We'll apply agency to somebody who wasn't there. We'll say aliens did it. If we see a light in the sky, we can't say, oh, I don't know what that is. So we'll say it's a UFO. 100 years ago, they would say it's a dragon or a fucking angel or something like that. So that's why we test things using science and stuff. Anyway. Sorry, I got a wee bit preachy for some reason. Sorry about that. The tone sort of changed a wee bit. I am on amphetamine medication for the first time right now. I'm on ADHD medication for the very, very first time right now. So, sorry if my conversationally is a wee bit misshapen. But I'm having fun here. It sounds good. Brady says, turns out the truth about the pyramids is that you can build almost anything if you can't run out of folk to whip halfway to death. Aye. 100%. Well, I don't even know. Apparently somebody was saying that maybe there weren't as many slaves. And some of your depictions of that might be slightly wrong and all of that. So I'm reading that and I'm like, is that true? Or is it somebody who's trying to rewrite the history of slavery and stuff? So I don't know. I don't know. How were the pyramids built? Fuck knows, man. There was an argument that people constructing them were kind of reasonably paid and things. But is that somebody who's trying to deny slavery? Who's wrote that? I don't fucking know. Oh, a curious arrangement of trees. Dynamite. Look at this. Tree dauber. That's amazing. That's amazing. I wonder if whoever planted them got to see the fruits of their labour. That's fantastic. Cater space cakes, there you go. Amazing. What are space cakes? Eckies? Or like hash brownies? Space cakes? Space cakes are just edibles, aren't they? Like weed. Anyway. Should we get everyone excited about the pyramids again? Aye. Isn't Mr. Beast given access to tour a pyramid or something like that? So I imagine a lot of young wee boys will be interested in pyramids quite soon. Because I think Mr. Beast's doing a big thing on it or something like that. I read a headline. Rhinoceros, I'm a space cadet as well, that's dynamite. Those are overly fascinated by pyramids are often a peer of mids. That's Pater Max. I like that. Thanks for your Pater contribution. The next step is that white people are alien descendants and thus superior. Aye. Let's just give all that a rest, though, everybody, into it. Let's just go for evidence-based way of understanding what the world is. Lack of suit is interesting, suggesting electric lighting, a Baghdad battery and all of that. That's quite interesting, Terrible Clint. That's fucking cool, man. Imagine they had electric lights. So the Baghdad battery is like a clay container, isn't it? With a chemical process happening on the inside that we've got evidence of. I can't remember the date of it, but our understanding of technology might be a lot older than what people assume that it is. So we could have had electronic lighting inside the pyramids. What? That's wild, isn't it? How's the blood syrup front? Shite. You're going to love your 50s if I make it, Thump Chop. Deary me. So I'm going to be 40 years old next year, I think. Aye. I'm 39 just now. Going to be 40 years old next year. So I thought, look after my body. I end almost every sentence with, I don't know, for plausible deniability. Me too, plodder, but only when I'm talking about stuff like this. Fuck knows. Have you ever noticed much difference in starting the ADHD meds? Qatari Links, I've taken the first one over an hour ago. So I'm not officially diagnosed and I haven't officially been prescribed, but a friend has just given me a couple of pills because they know that I've got a lot to get on with today on my to-do list. So I gubbed one, went to start streaming, and I've just spoke to you non-stop for a couple of hours. So I suppose I have noticed a wee bit of a difference, I've noticed a lot more enthusiasm in the things that I'm speaking to you about. Have you noticed that today on this particular stream? Or maybe I'm just noticing it. Maybe it's a positive bias. Maybe I'm only noticing it because I'm looking for it. Well, I've noticed the level of attention that I'm answering questions and stuff might be slightly different than usual. Who knows, man? Notice Dave says, woohoo, me too. Been on it 4 months, slows the head down for me, but the hyperfocus is off the charts and the autism is far more noticeable. Interesting. I didn't know if it would affect my autism. I'm definitely looking to harness some of that hyperfocus. Dando recommended that I start the task that I've been meaning to do before the pill kicks in, because whatever you happen to be doing when the pill kicks in is what will get the hyperfocus. And I guess what has got my hyperfocus with this particular pill is answering the Twitch chat and talking about speed daubers. This has put me right in the mood for an actual hash brown. I think you can get them from McDonald's relatively easily. Farm foods would be better though, because McDonald's are baddies, isn't it? You're 52 in July? Fucking... That's you, Bowdy. That's you. See if this was Logan's Run. We'd be fucked. That'd be us in the bin. This food chart reminds me I've not eaten. Piece and sausage it is. Shout, man. I love a piece. I had a piece and sausage yesterday. I don't know is always a valid answer, and I use it at work as much as I need to. 100%. I think it's like an ego thing or something. A lot of people are unable to say those 3 words together. Don't worry, it gets worse if that's any help. But the past the point of flapping about it. Aye. 100%. You're just more focused, I would say. Right. Could be the natural light having an impact. Aye, maybe. I'm on my ADHD meds for 9 months now. I still find a positive difference on a daily basis for my resilience to deal with any day-to-day shit. Brilliant. Well, as I said, I've got a big to-do list that I've started a wee bit, but I've got loads of stuff to do, and that's nearly 20 minutes past 3. So here's the options, right? Here's what I was thinking, everybody. I could end the stream at like 3:30 and just blast through all these important stuff that I need to do. Or I've seen people do this, right? I've seen people do a co-working stream where I'll put off all the alerts and I just won't talk to you. And we'll maybe have a Pomodoro timer up here. Do you know about Pomodoro timers? Wait till I tell you about them if you don't know about them. They're cool. And we do 20-minute stints of a co-working stream. So if you've got anything that you need to work on just now, if you've got anything to tidy, or anything to write, or any correspondence to do, whatever, anything at all, you can do a co-work sort of thing. I haven't done it before, but I don't know if it'll be good for stream numbers, because if somebody just stumbles on my stream, all they will see is me going. Like that. I'm not going to be streaming, not going to be looking at chat, except for maybe every 20 minutes or so. But I feel very focused. That's a good way of putting it. Dando, I took one and started streaming, mate. Right into chatting. It's good. So I wrote my to-do list, gubbed one, had something to eat, jumped on stream. I'm chatting about the pyramids. I'm chatting about clocks. I'm chatting about the space program. Chatting about art. Chatting about misconceptions and the slippery slope between the belief in superstition and the supernatural versus fascist ideology. We've got a lot of good conversation out of this, Dando. I might need more of these off you. But it's good, isn't it? I think they're good. I think I might have ADHD. Is this how normal? Sorry, I shouldn't use the word normal. Is this how typical people feel? Because I like it. Captain Thomas says, I ended up coming off my ADHD meds, but only because it was a gamble each month as to whether there was any stock available. Started doing my head in, coming off, and then back on them every other month. Well, I'm currently, for the very first time, I've taken an Elvanese thing or something like that. Dando didn't give me any. I found them. A stranger made me found them. Dando didn't supply me any prescription drugs. Thanks, Dando. It's called Elvanese. Elvanese. And apparently they're changing them or something like that. There's a different type of ones now that they're trying to give people instead or something like that. I don't know. But see if I could buy like 100 of these. I think a lot of problems in my life would be figured out. Do you feel more like less brain noise? I'm not too sure, Dando, because I've just been streaming. You know what I mean? Your brain goes to a particular place when you're streaming and you're answering Twitch chat and stuff like that. Carnivore, thanks very much for gifting that sub to Dando. I have noticed though, I'm a lot more relaxed, and I think there's less friction between me getting an idea and being able to articulate what's in my head as well. I feel it a wee bit easier to express my ideas just now. Because I was talking about some stuff earlier on that was a wee bit, like I might think twice about talking about swastikas or something like that on stream, or talking about conflict or stuff like that. But I was able to sort of confidently do it earlier in a way that was done well and didn't rustle my jimmies or anything like that. Protein and hydration is key. Well, speaking of which, let's get hydrated. I'm very focused. These wee pills are magic, man. 100%. Aye, Chameleon. If I was doing the work here, it would just be my camera. I don't want to do a blurred screen because I might accidentally unblur the screen or something like that. Also, if I'm working on the production of this film, it's not just my details that I might accidentally dox. Other people's phone numbers, actor information, all of that. So if we were doing a co-work stream, it would just be my camera, you would see. Get all three rattled into you and let's sort out the pyramids. I'm into it. I'm 100% into it. Many milligrams. I think these are 20. I've got one more 20 milligram left, and I've got a 40 sitting there as well. You're on different ones. You're on Ritalin. Nice one. I think they might change my life, and I don't know if was it 20s? I don't know, mate. I don't know. I had blue ones. You gave me some blue. I mean, I found some blue ones. I don't know. I'm misremembering what you said. There's right a blue one. Tanned a blue one today. I think there's maybe one more blue one. And then there's a red one as well. And the red ones are like, I think. Pink, right, aye. 30 and 40. Okay, cool. I didn't hydrate properly on Monday and didn't eat properly yesterday, and the fall off in the evening isn't nice. I see. I apparently SSRI medication as well, which this isn't, but you need to watch out on SSRI medication, particularly when it's nice outside. Remember and hydrate. Whatever the thirst mechanism is in our bodies that tells us to drink water doesn't get activated very well when you're on SSRI medication. So everybody watch yourself if you're out and about. Be sure to stay hydrated because the consequence can make you feel really fucking horrible. Put on that loft studying video for tunes and a Pomodoro timer and change the title to co-work and study stream. That is exactly what I was thinking, man. That's exactly what I was thinking, Dando. Got a big list of stuff to do here. I'm on stream. Do you want to do it, man? There is a co-working game category, so I don't think people will be confused. Should we do it? I didn't hydrate properly on Monday and didn't eat properly. Sorry, I've just read that. Did you find a pharmacy? I found a pharmacy. Dando Pharmacy. Are you sure they're not eckies? They feel a wee bit like a low-flying background eckie. Sorry, Dando, see, for context, right? For context, know how sometimes I tell people that Gibbs stole me computers from a children's orphanage, right? It's obviously a lie. Gibbs didn't steal me those computers. And for context, when I tell people that Dando has illegally given me prescription medication that I don't qualify for, that's also a lie. Dando didn't actually do that. Gibbs didn't steal the computers though. Like, really, he didn't do it. Worth noting, I give way less shits about other folk. Doctor said it's the autism that's been masked by ADHD. It's nice to not care about as much. That's cool, Nora's Day. That's good. I could be doing with a bit of that. You could be like Neil for the Matrix when you take a red one. Whoa. I know Kung Fu. The blue pill or red pill 1030 ties into the Matrix. I'm into it, man. Dando, you get any million, man? Is that the one that can make you sun sensitive? I think so, okay. I think it's more to do with hydration and heat stroke and stuff as well. I don't know too much about it, but if anybody's on anything like that, that affects sort of serotonin receptors as well, have we just think about your hydration levels. I put hydration tabs in my big Stanley mug and have a protein stacked brekkie before. Cool. I haven't had a protein stacked brekkie. I've had shredded wheat this morning and I've barely drank water, but there is electrolytes, sort of hydration salt in this, so let's get it tanned. There we go. Go for the co-working. I need to write a PowerShell script that I've been putting off all week. Aye, let's do that then. Co-working sounds good. I've got a lot of repetitive work stuff been putting off all afternoon. Aye. Right, okay. Okie dokie, let's do this. I'm not only chat or something, you're a fucking nightmare. You're a fucking nightmare. But thanks very much for not giving me those illegal pills. Shall we get going? I think it's time. Okie dokie. Oh, here it is, everybody. Oh my god. Here's exactly what's happening. Let's change the stream category, if I know how to do that. Edit stream info. Brackets co-working stream. And under category, we'll call this Counter-Strike, co-working and studying. There we go. And I'm going to do that. I think that's set up correctly. And now what I want to do, see, instead of the lo-fi stuff, how's about, let me know if this is appropriate, because usually people who do co-working streams and stuff like that, they've got some kind of cheap lo-fi beats to work and study to, you know, all of that. But here on stream, we use the music of my friend Paul, who makes electronic music under the name Quiet and Peaceful Man. So let's just have a listen to this. I've applied an EQ to it so that it sounds a bit more muffled, right? But if I play this just now, he's got a lot of stuff that he's done. Some of it's older, than others. The new stuff's really, really cool. So let's just stick it on at random, and we'll see this is appropriate. Kingdom of Scotland on repeat. I'm not too sure. Here is a credit. Aye, these are in-ear monitors. These are very cheap ones for Amazon. Very, very cheap ones. I think they're like 30 quid or something like that. They're covered in bubble juice and don't really work very well anymore, but it's what I use for my stream. I don't have any recommendations or whatever. Bought them, I got my money's worth. Cheap in this economy? Well, we were talking about expensive headphones earlier. There's a Pomodoro plant game timer if you're interested. Yes, please. Yes, please. 30 quid is half a weekly shop. Here, everybody. See, yesterday, Dando told me where she shops. In the chat here, gain me snash for spending 30 quid in headphones. Do you know where fucking Dando shops, everybody? Do you know where Dando gets her messages, everybody? What I tell them? Fucking Waitrose, mate. Fucking Waitrose. In the chat, tell me not to spend 30 quid in fucking headphones. The guy who's made this music, right, is the levels good and stuff like that? Let me know if this is just distracting, right? But my mate Paul, who made this music, was in a supermarket. He's got 3 Waynes, and they were trying to get a meal deal because they were out and about. 3 Waynes is a lot of money to get everybody's stuff and everything else. So they were in the supermarket and he couldn't find the bit. He was in like the fridge bit, but he's like, where's the meal deal stuff? So there was like a worker. He was like, mate, where's the meal deals? And the worker came over and he's like, sir, we don't do meal deals. This is a Waitrose. Pure like gave him shade about it. Anyway, had to tell that story because of the nature of what we're on about with Paul's music in the background. The worker. The person who was working. What do you mean the worker? You giving me snash for saying that I'm all that and things? Don't you put me off. I'm very focused. I'll eviscerate your objections to what I've got to say. I'm very focused on anything that's right in front of me, but not much else. I should be getting a bubble blast right now, and I'm not for some reason. Super D, you're entitled to a bubble blast. I'm not going to do a manual blast in case I get one through after that. Why is this bubble blast not working? Well, I do a manual blast because Super D is a wonderful... there we go, there it is. Wee slight delay on the bubble blasts for some reason. Super D, thank you very, very much. Welcome in. And how's it going? The hat is B. Dolan merch. So B. Dolan, who was in chat earlier, I don't know if you're still about. If you fancy getting this, it's also available as a t-shirt. You can get it from the B. Dolan website. Big fucking streamer calling the working class the worker. I said Paul was in, there was somebody who works in the shop, so he asked the worker who works in the shop. Fuck you on about. Stop trying to cancel me. Also, give one of the fucking pills, man. Super D, thank you very, very much. Sorry, the slight delay on that blast there. You didn't get a manual blast, it all worked properly. There was just a wee slight delay. You can get decent IEM ear cables for a few pound on AliExpress. Dynamite. Benzo Kane says, co-work streams are class, by the way. Is a body doubling that helps people with, making tasks easier for people if someone else is working as well. Aye, okay, so let's get started with this, everybody. Let's do a co-working stream. Let's get some shit done. Now that I'm 3 hours into the fucking stream, 2 hours into the stream, let's get... Kate, see if you're still in. Did you say you had access to a good Pomodoro timer? Because I think we need some of that on the go. Does he know he has to shut up now? Well, that reminds me of this story that I'm going to take about 40 minutes to tell you about, because I love the sound of my own voice right now. This is a bit like cheap coke, isn't it? It's a bit like cheap coke. I want to talk to everybody about everything, man. Here, who wants to know my ideas about stuff? As soon as we get the Pomodoro set up, I will shut up and we can do some work. So let's look for online Pomodoro timer. Pomofocus.io. Okay. Let's do this. I found one here. It'll do the job, man. This one, we've got 25 minutes. I'll add that to OBS. Is the music okay? I've applied a sort of muffled EQ to it, but I can unmuffle it so that we're just listening to the music if you'd prefer. I will also add a browser source with a Pomodoro on it. What is a Pomodoro? Don't worry about it, man. Pomodoro just means timer, right? And it's a way of working. And at the start of the 25 minutes, you dictate, you tell yourself, in the next 25 minutes, are you not hearing the music? You should be hearing music right now. Are you not hearing music right now? The music's pretty quiet. It's good music, man. Let's turn off the muffled. Can you hear music right now? When we're working out, I just turned it up, right? So this is it quite loud now. So this is it not muffled. And then the idea is that when I'm speaking, I've sort of muffled it a bit, just so that you can hear my voice over it. But if I'm working away, let's unmuffle. Like that. Okay. Turn this right up. The music is my mate Paul. He's called A Quiet and Peaceful Man. SoundCloud's in the chat. His YouTube's in the chat. Let me know if you can hear and see everything and all of that sort of stuff. And that's me done everything I need to do except from start the timer. Okay, so with a Pomodoro timer, here is what you need to do. You've got 25 minutes to do your task. At the start of the 25 minutes, you need to tell yourself what the task is. My task, I know what it is here. I'm not going to tell you what my task is because you don't need to know. But I know what my task is here. I'm giving myself 25 minutes to do it. What if I don't want to? But what if I don't want to? That's XFM, isn't it? Adam and Joe. Are we into this, everybody? Here we go. Begin your tasks. Now. Thank you very much for that bubble blast. We're in the middle of a co-working stream just now. I've just finished the first thing on my to-do list. I'm just about to finish the second thing on my to-do list. John Atfield Art, you should now have received a DM. And what I would like to say is thank you very much, FrostAM89, for resubbing using Amazon Prime. we have 10 seconds to go, everybody. I've just sent my email there. We've got 5 seconds until the end of the Pomodoro. Will we hear a wee alarm? That's our alarm. Okay, so according to the rules of Pomodoro, we are now on a 5-minute break. So this is how you get work done. I'll turn the music down a wee bit just now when we're on this break. Nice big stand and a stretch for 5 minutes. Let me initiate the 5-minute break. So this is a proven way of working as productively as you can. Rather than do a big stint of work and burn yourself out. 20 minutes or 25-minute stretches with a 5-minute break in between. We're now at 4 minutes and 45 of the break. Have a piss. Go maybe get some tea. Stand up, stretch, clap your dug. Give your partner eye contact, all of that sort of stuff, because in another 4 minutes and 30 seconds, we're diving back in. Let me tick off the stuff that I've just done. I've emailed that person. I've emailed that person. And I think that's all I've done. Yep. Oh, and I sent a thing to John Atfield Art as well. Big tick there. How you doing, everybody? What tasks are you doing? Anybody doing some stuff? Oh, so for anybody who is interested in the music that we're listening to as we're working away, it's made by my friend. He's called A Quiet and Peaceful Man. His SoundCloud and YouTube links are in the chat there. Hal9000 has just given you, sorry, Hal1030 has just given you the links there. I'm doing very productive here. I'm doing really good. How are you doing? Anybody tidying up? What tasks are you doing, everybody? ICU says, damn it, I'm getting work done. Good. Look at us. Big business boys. Cheekinander says, this is my second co-working stream of the day and I've still achieved nothing. Get some stuff done, Cheekinander. So here's the deal. Before we start the next sort of Pomodoro sprint, you need to tell yourself the task that you're going to get done. I'm looking at the task that I want to get done. You don't need to know what it is. So I now know what I need to get done for the next bit. It's good bleep bloop music, isn't it, Steph? Feel free to follow my mate Paul, Quiet and Peaceful Man, who's providing the productivity music. Cheekinander says, I drank the blood of some people, but the people were on drugs and now I'm a wizard. Excellent, Cheekinander. I just sent some emails. Pomo is go-go. Pomodoro. Pomodoro is a Italian word. It means tomato. And basically this whole philosophy comes from the idea of a timer. So it's just a 20-minute timer. But over there, they use a kitchen timer, and their kitchen timers are shaped like tomatoes. So the word tomato is just a name for it. Pomodoro is a fancy word for just working for 20 minutes, then taking a 5-minute break. In this instance, we're working for 25 minutes. If you get good at it, and you get into a flow, you can do it for like 50-minute sprints with like a 10-minute break, whatever else. Have you got time to touch grass? You've got 1 minute 45. Nora's Day says, I got a full section of an assignment done. Amazing, Nora's Day. Amazing. Animated Gamer says, I just finished work until Tuesday, so going to take longer than 5 minutes. That's cool, Animated Gamer. Right now is a great time when we're doing this to tidy up or just get back to people that you might not have got back to do your washing, you know, fill the dishwasher, anything like that. Chameleon says, new IT software is causing all sorts of hassle. Just random stuff like NPM package manager being blocked is harmful. Jesus Christ, that sounds awful. Chameleon, all the very best with that. Dando says, done the reflection, now on to proofreading the essay after the break. Fucking class, man. Nice work, everybody. We're getting shit done. Almost done with podcast 1 of 3. Good work, Cater Cakes. Look at us. We're doing things. Completed my tea making task. Amazing. Tea's very important. Could do this tomorrow when I'm installing flooring. I've got a wee bit of stuff to do, so we might also be doing it tomorrow. taking a leaf out of your book with some simple motion graphics. Amazing, Benzocaine. Are you in After Effects? Fantastic. My dad done a bunch of wooden floor slats for the bedroom last month. Bit of a headache because they have a curved window recess. Cool, man. I'm feeling really positive, even though I don't really know what all that's about. John the Human got a good few reports done. Fantastic. Oland Raider, how you doing, Oland Raider? Got some good shit done there. That work would have probably still been sitting there to do in the morning. Amazing. Amazing. How good is this body doubling? I'm going to get to the bottom of the chat, even though it's time to start work again. I've got a kebab and mash on the go. Amazing. Shampooed and put oil in my hair and put a hairband around, which took some figuring out. Dynamite. Doing some herringbone flown tomorrow, animated game. That sounds brilliant. Dynamite. That sounds very footery. A dishwasher, who do you think I am? Do you remember all of that, Dando? Nobody who's got a dishwasher can say they're working class. Do you remember all of that? The dishwasher came with the house. I'm renting. It's my landlord's dishwasher. But do you remember that? Fucking hell, by the way. Who's got a dishwasher? Fucking hell. Right, 3D says this is helping me recover my project that I lost due to corruption last night. Need to go back to where I was from a 2-month-old backup. All the very best. All the very best. And this is a reminder from Rye3D that everybody should have backups for all their stuff. You need an on-site backup, you need an off-site backup, and that's how you can be assured that everything's great. Finished a wee batch of letters, says Steph Make Stuff, that I've been struggling to get going on, was just starting to get into a nice wee flow. Well, don't let me interrupt you because we are about to start another 25 minutes. So keep that flow going. Right, we're ready to go back in? Here we go. Good luck, everybody. Tell yourself the task that you need to do, and I'll see you back here in 25 minutes. All the very best. I need to pay a thing, so I'm going to go and find my bank card. I'll see you back here in 2 seconds. Genius Unapplied, thank you very much for the bubble blast. Welcome in, how's it going? We're at the end. Hello everybody, how you doing? Sorry, I got totally locked in there. How good is that fucking tune, man? Oh my goodness me, what was that called? Oh, it's gone. It's gone. Don't know. Was that what was that bubble blast for? Down tools, thank you very much, Kai Mac 9. See, before I proceed, Google is trying to remember a password for a website that I've got 2 logins for. I know I should down tools, but see right now, I need to carefully click the right things, otherwise it'll be gone. Oh no, I think it is gone for good now. I think the password for my government gateway ID is now gone for good because I have dismissed. I got Google to save the password and it's like, like that. I wonder if I can reset that password. I have just set it up. That was a bad time to be down in tools there. Let me just see about all of this. Fuck. I fucked this. Okay. I just need to save this number. Listen everybody, it's your 5-minute break. Away and put a cup of tea on or something like that. I feel very productive here. We're getting shit done, man. How good is the music as well? Oh, it's very good. Maximum respect to my mate Paul, quiet and peaceful man, who is supplying the audio for today's productivity session. I have just set up a new government gateway ID. I generated a password. It asked if I wanted to save the password, but using the old government gateway username. And I was like, no, because that's a separate thing. So use this username with this. It all just disappeared. So I've set it up. Don't know what the password is. And because it's with the government, I probably need to give a blood test in order to find out what password I've just set up there. So that's worrying. How you all doing, everybody? Let's start a 5-minute break properly there. Sorry, I had to clean up the job that I was in the middle of. So we're now in the middle of a 5-minute break. Blame the SNP, there you go. Body doubling stream on my day off for work, absolute pain, typical. Sorry about that. But this will act as a VOD as well. That's why you need a password manager. It's the password manager that fucked it. It's the Google password manager that fucked it. Chameleon says the IT woes continue. A bug in the corporate antivirus that I can't uninstall causes Windows PowerShell to crash on startup. That's good, isn't it? This is why I hate forced upgrades, 100%. Chameleon, just remember, everything's actually alright. You're just in there. I don't have any words of encouragement. I'm sorry, it sounds pish. What you're doing right now sounds pish, and it is pish. All the very best. Fluffy says, I'm doing 20 minutes rest and 5 minutes of work, but still getting loads done. Amazing. Amazing. Fairman says, that's happened to me. Thing is, when it asks you to update a password, it's associating it with a hidden ID. So if you change username, you're just updating the old one, not inserting a new one. Interesting. PowerShell, if you roll back one version, it works again. Oh, Kernel Fear maybe has an answer. Chameleon, Kernel Fear, maybe chat to each other. Chameleon, Kernel Fear has maybe got an answer to your problem there. But maybe not, don't know. Listen, everybody, I am going to... No, Lovejoy, it was patter, isn't it? You won't offend anybody in here. It's alright, it's good patter. This has actually been really good to get me to go stand and stretch. I'm bad at it. Well, listen, here's what I'm going to do. In the next 3 minutes, I'm going to go next door. I'm going to stand and stretch as a kettle is boiling because I need a wee cup of tea to do the next 20 minutes. How does that sound? Here, who fancies a wee cup of tea? Well, we're going to make some tea. Let's go and make some tea. When the kettle's boiling, do some stretches and shit. I'll see you back here in a wee couple of minutes. in the meantime, feel free to put in chat what you are going to achieve for the next sprint, if it's 20 minutes or whatever. Alright troops, how we doing, man? How we doing? Oh, Chameleon, have you sorted your problem? Amazing. Colonel Fear, did you help there? That's brilliant. You need some Freddy footage for a BRB screen? I do. Do you know what I'm thinking? I might actually need a wee jumper or something here. Surprisingly cold. See, because... Well, hold on, let me turn the music down. See, because it's a sunny day, I've had the back door open, I've had all the windows open. And I'm now at a point where I'm actually a wee bit chilly. How are you all doing, everybody? Kate says this has actually been really good to get me to stand and stretch. I'm bad at it as well. What I try and do is do squats when my kettle is boiling. See any scenario where I'm just standing next to something and I'm like waiting for it to do a thing. I'm in a situation just now. I've just set up a new government gateway ID and I don't know what my password is. So I'm now going to have to, in my next 25 minutes I'm going to find out how I can reset the password on a government gateway ID that I have only just created. So that'll be good fun, won't it? That'll be good fun. Can't sign in, but I'm currently signed in, I believe. And knowing my luck, that's going to be about 3 days worth of work right there, but we'll see how it goes. I need to reread my honours project outline so I can remember what I put down as my project aims and then got all that over. The nonsense sorted. Amazing, Bally. You can do that easy peasy. What's everybody else up to in the next 25 minutes? Ian says, off to get a TDAP vaccine. Then got to reschedule a meeting for Friday, then connect with someone at 1 to go over the requirements for an e-commerce solution. That sounds all very exciting there, Ian. Dynamite. Look at that, everybody. Look at Colonel Fear and Camille in there. Look, that is exactly what we're doing today. Progress, man. Solving problems, getting shit done. Well done, the pair of you there, for finding a solution. That is amazing. Only in the 10:30 Twitch chat can the community help each other set up V flags on the Windows PowerShell in order to circumvent some bogus bullshit that's been created as a cause of forced updates. Well done, everybody. I feel very positive about all of this sort of stuff. Bally says I had to put on my shoes and hoodie because my tootsies were cold and my arms were kinda chilly. I'm glad you found a solution, Bally. I'm kinda thinking something similar. The wind is fresh and chilly and catches you out with all the sun. Aye. If you're thinking about going outside, stick a J-skirt on or maybe even a light jumper. Finishing up the final competency question using the STAR method for this job application. Good luck, relax, it's Max, all the very best. Project Government ID do-over could go either way. Could take no time at all. I was recently surprised by a similar experience. Cool, okay. Well, that's what I'm going to do for the next 20 minutes, is see if I can reset this fucking password on a thing. Wish me luck, everybody. We're going in now. Here is your next 25 minutes. All the very best. Fixed the password thing. I fixed it, it's fine. It saved it, it just didn't save the username. Absolutely fine, we're sorted. Thank fuck for that, man. I'm in. Camshi86, thank you very, very much for subbing. Thanks for your Prime sub. And Kaimak9, I don't know if I said thanks, but thank you very, very much, Kaimak9, for your sub as well. Welcome in. We are doing co-working here. Speak to you in 22 minutes, 44 seconds, right? Hi, Rolling Sausage, it's Paul. So I'll tell Paul the next time you see him that you thought his music's shite. How's it going, mate? This is a wee reminder to anybody who's made tea during the last break. Your tea should now be good to drink. Jesus Christ, I didn't know you were home. Hiya, how's it going? Rachel's home, everybody. Aye, the fire alarm's been beeping for the past maybe half hour. So sometimes it sounds like the track, sometimes it's been nicely timed. There we go, everybody. That's us at the end of another stretch. Time for your 5-minute break. What I'm going to do right now, because I'm on the Government Gateway website, and if I take a 5-minute break, it'll kick me out before I go back in. And I'm one screen away from finishing the full thing. So you feel free to do that. I need to get to the end of this though. You should take your break, but sometimes you can't. I have just incorporated a company at Company's House. So I'm just writing down my Company's House submission number. Company's House submission number. And I need to pay them 50 quid, which is a bit of a shaft. And I need to make that payment right now. So give me just a wee second. And again, we should be on a break right now, but if I don't do this final bit, you know what I mean? It won't go through. So I need to just make a payment. But you lot should be doing your stretches or making your cup of tea or rubbing your dug or whatever it is that you do. I feel really good. I feel really positive. I feel very, very productive. And I think a big part of it is the fact that I'm on amphetamine medication. And again, I just need to pay a bill. Otherwise, I would be enjoying the break with you right now. Nearly there, pals. Think that's me. My payment details have been checked. Cool, so I will pay the government £50. Done. Amazing. Amazing. That's wonderful, folks. So that's me. I've just applied to set up a limited company and register it for corporation tax under motion picture activities. And I've got an application number for the company application. I've also got an application for the corporation tax registration. And now what I need to do is set up a business bank account. So that's good, isn't it? That's good, isn't it? Another letter within 15 working days with the company's unique taxpayer reference. Excellent. So let me just click through there. Fucking A, man. Cool. So I have just set up a limited company called 1030 Studio. 1030 Studio Limited. That's dead good, isn't it? I need to write down my corporation tax reference number. Very exciting, isn't it? Very exciting, man. Corp tax ref no, and it is that. That. I don't need to set up PAYE. Use the service to register a company if it will do either of the following in the next 2 months. Pay any employees £120 more a week? Nah. Pay any amount to employees, including directors, who also receive pension payments or income from another job. I might need to set up PAYE. No, that's in the next 2 months. Cool. I think that's me done. Dynamite, folks. I think that's me. I've set up a limited corporation. Live on stream. Do you think anybody's done that before? The second one, Bally. Numbers. Do you think anybody's set up a limited company live on Twitch before? Cunts just usually play Fortnite and that, innit? I wonder how many firsts we've done on this stream. How's all your stuff going, everybody? Did you manage to successfully do things? Let's start our break properly. There we go. Let's start a 5-minute break properly, everybody. That's wonderful, isn't it? Oh, I'm delighted, man. Delighted at the amount of shit I'm getting done today. So there's one share. I'm the core only shareholder and creative director of 1030 Studio Limited. It's set up 272 Bath Street in Glasgow.
Here's the team coming in to celebrate your
Yeah, man!
company.
Yeah, Freddie! Yeah. Did you end up making a tea?
No, I do look kind of shitty to be bad.
Could you wash your hands and then make me a tea? Well, I'm on a wee break. I can head through there now. Rachel's in, everybody. I'm in such a good mood.
I'm saving.
Rachel's just wrote a big angry letter to the doctor because they were being cunts.
Will I fire him? Will I tell them
I don't think they'll. I mean, they want to hear it, but right now we're on like a productivity roll. Rachel's very angry at the dog. They were lying to it and all of that. The receptionist and all of that. We were talking about how liars are bad earlier. They might not be able to hear you because I've got Paul's music that you don't like up full. I know, I was kidding on. You were giving me jip about the boiler room set. Right?
Just because you were doing this.
Yeah, Freddie. But this has been really productive. So what I need to do next is close the business accounts, the business bank accounts that I've got, because I can't continue those accounts under my new limited company. It needs to be a fresh bank account for all the stuff under the limited company. So what I want to do is just close all. I think I've got 2 business bank accounts. Here, Pepper got a haircut, everybody. Do you just want to see Pepper?
Oh, Freddie's
Coming over. Oh, Freddie's cute as well.
Pepper's been a wee bit shaky, but I don't know if it's because of the beeping of the fire alarm.
No,
Or
I
if
think
she's
it'll
just
be
been
that.
Sausage.
You've been a wee silly sausage? She's been quite vocal earlier today about barking at stuff. She smells bad. Needing a wee bath.
I think it's him.
Is it you that smells bad? Is it your fishy breath, Freddie?
I just told him his breath was honking anyway.
Well, I do have another big
A big chunk to do while I get a
chunk
tea
to
on
do,
before
but I was considering maybe because the sun's not going to be up anymore for much longer, I was considering maybe we could go a wee walk or
Well,
something.
I was going to make some dinner
Right.
and then maybe take this one.
But if you make dinner first, we'll lose the sun.
Well,
But if you make dinner first, then
energy.
I'll have a chance to do all of this because I'm running entirely on amphetamines that I illegally procured from Dando last night. So I want to use that energy to do the things and not to just go a walk.
Well, let's do the things.
Cool. Okay.
Right, I'll go get a tea
Deal, man.
and I'll put dinner on.
Yes.
If
Onwards.
You guys want carrots?
Yeah, getting carrots.
Fine then.
Everybody's winning today, aren't we? Oh, yes.
Whoop, whoop.
Oh, yes, everybody.
This will win for me soon. I'm planning on it.
I'm digging you. Pursue says, I tell you what would be a good visual to this. Starling murmurations run through some simple effects. Funny you should say that. Paul, my mate who makes this music, is a creative coder, and he's an educator as well. And one of the projects that he uses to introduce people to different concepts of creative coding is like a Daniel Schiffman style flocking algorithm. And so it's funny you should mention murmuration, because a lot of his personal work involves exactly that, you know, boids and things sort of flocking around that looks exactly like starlings in a murmuration. So you've tapped into something there, Pursue. It's quite interesting that you happen to have mentioned that. How yous doing, everybody? Let me just check the chat, because I've not looked at the chat for a long time here, right? We'll have a wee sort of extended break here, because we've done a couple of stretches in a row. How are yous all doing? Has everybody been productive and stuff? Do you need to remember to take the break as well? Lovejoy says, I was thinking old days at the art school. Paul is very much informed by old days at the art school as well. Check out this music, by the way. Quiet and Peaceful Man. The link is in the chat. You can follow him on SoundCloud and on YouTube. Amazing. So, Kate, how are you getting on with the podcasts and all of that? Let me just check the chat and make sure everybody's doing good. So I figured out... Pursue, that's a good shout to send to Funk. I don't even know if he knows Funk, maybe. Carver says, got back for the dentist, had lunch, dishes done, ordered some shopping from Morrison's, now hanging up washing. Look at us, man, big business laddies, ain't we? Is everybody getting some shit done? Need a mini break before my next break? Well, we're on a break right now. I'm just extending this break. We're going to have like another wee 5 minutes on this, because I've just set up a limited company. Need to tell Pip. Just thought I'd send you a message to say that 1030 Studio Limited is now, what's the word for it? Set up. There's a more business way of saying set up, but it's just set up. Sorry, I fucked this. I had like a sort of business sentence that I was going to tell. Anyway, what I'm saying is it's good news. We've just set up one of the production companies for the film. So if you want to send me congratulations and a voice message, I will play it out on stream, because this full thing has been done as a co-working stream. Don't worry, I've not leaked any sensitive information or whatever, but absolutely bashed through stuff. We've got a business address, and it's all kicking off. Next thing I need to do is set up a business bank account, but that'll take 2 minutes, and I'm going to continue cracking through doing some other stuff. Anyway, I hope your stuff's going good. And remember, if you send me back a voice message, I'll read it out, because I don't know if you want the cunts to know what you're up to today. I hope that whatever you're up to today, whatever that might be, I hope that's going good as well. Anyway, all the best, man. Bye. Pip's up to something very, very good today, but I can't tell you about that. It's all very exciting, man. It's all very, very exciting. Oh, dearie me. Jimpster, who's Jimpster, Pursue? Would do a tasty remix of this kind sound. See if your pal can get something out on Free Range, would be awesome. Pursue, I don't know Free Range or Jimpster, but I think Paul would be right up for it, man. Bicep played. I'm unfamiliar with Lorne, but I'm very familiar with Bicep and Played. Carnivore, I need to check out some Lorne. That's dynamite. Pursue says, give him a follow on my music streaming site. Cheers. I've browsed through their stuff later. Dynamite. He's been going for quite a bit. Hello, Rachel. What do you mean I've ate half your... I had 4 squares. I had 8 squares. I had 8 squares. I only had 2 rows. Somebody's been eating the chocolates. It maybe has. I did have 2 rows of chocolate though, and that's more than what I would have wanted because I'm trying to not be a fat pie. Cool. So I'm going to set up the business bank account next, and then it doesn't look as if I've ticked off a lot of stuff here, but I actually have, man. If you think about it, so it's all very exciting. See, to get an appointment with the doctor, you'd need to phone in the morning, don't you?
8:30 triage time.
I'm not going to get you started. Actually, I'll talk to you about that later
What
on.
annoyed me when she's like, we don't put anybody
You're
on
started.
hold.
That's her started.
When I phoned back for my results, the voice message was, please hold until we find out. Like,
Do you want to tell them your thing? Do you want to trauma dump onto Twitch chat? Listen, see, even we've been all productive and brilliant. Rachel's been through the wars trying to sort out doctor stuff. Tell them, man. Tell them all the bullshit, man. If
just ate a wee bit of chocolate.
all right, okay, I'll continue. Just talking to them until Rachel. I mean, don't rush it. Don't rush your chocolate on account of these cunts, man. It's fine. Aye. I love Twitch chat for trauma dumping. It makes me feel a lot better.
Because they can't talk to you back.
I mean, they do talk to you back.
But you could just ignore some of it. Like, if
Aye,
people
you
are
do
like,
ignore them, aye.
maybe you should be more reasonable. You're like,
No.
dismissed to the people that are like, yes.
Aye. Kate Cakes, could you block everybody that's suggesting that I'm reasonable about this thing that I'm red hot about, please?
So my trauma dump, not even trauma dump, it's a little.
Just got a text for Llama Chan.
If you're watching, hi Lana.
Hi, Llama. And to answer that, Llama, yes is the question, but I've not texted back. Anyway, sorry, I'm multitasking.
Been trying to get blood results. Got bloods taken last.
Can you hear Rachel? Here is Rachel.
This is my soapbox hour. So, hi guys.
Rachel, what's grinding your gears today?
Well, Squarespace. I'm kidding. Got bloods taken last week. Have tried to phone for the results. Phoned on Friday. Was on hold. This is important. Never got through because I was on the do music. Then and then phoned on Monday. Was on hold for an hour. Same thing. Little music and then the ringing. And then phoned on yesterday. Same thing. So I phoned this morning at 8:05 actually, not 8:30, 8:05 to ask if there's possible to get a call back with my test results because on their website, another important thing, on their website it says blood results are given between 2 and 4. So the past 3 days I've been phoning between 2 and 4 and getting nowhere. So I phoned this morning at 8 to be like, please, if it's if possible, can I get a call back so I can get my test results? And as I was saying that, the receptionist was like, we don't put anybody on hold. And I was like, I can assure you,
Liars!
I have been put on hold. I've been on hold on Monday for an hour. I couldn't get through. Well, we don't put anybody on hold, and test results are given out between 10:30 and 5, so you can phone anytime between there. And I was like, well, your website says between 2 and 4, so that's when I've been phoning, and I've not been able to get through. No, 10:30 till 5, and also you phoned during triage, so phone back later. And I was like, because she called me a liar.
She did call you a liar. See if you weren't in no well at the start of all of this. You fucking
Fucking well. Yep. So then I went on the website, and the website hasn't been updated since 2014. So I wrote a letter, and in the letter, I have said, if you update your website, this will ensure efficiency for both patients and staff.
Have you sent it yet?
Not yet, no, because I was going to email it, and they don't have an email, so I need to actually write a letter, and I've got a screenshot and everything, and I've just been beeling all day.
Maybe I'd stick it in a drawer.
No, it's reasonable.
I know it is reasonable, but it's worth like rereading just before you.
I've reread it like 5 times. I'm wanting to.
Halt. We can't make enemies with the doctors.
I know.
We need them.
But they need to update their website. It's been 11 years.
Yeah.
Sorry, I realise I'm shouting right into the
Sorry,
mic.
they're used to it, it's fine.
11 years.
11.
11. Pandemics.
I know.
I think Ebola was about in 2014, so there's been like
Don't
epidemics.
Don't mention Ebola in the letter.
I was going to grog on it.
Quite soon, I'm going to ask them if they can get me some of Dando's pills because this is fucking brilliant. I feel fucking brilliant, and so I want
What
them
is it? What's the name of them?
El Vaness or something like that. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like you don't want to piss off the guy that's selling you weed.
I know, but if they're web, because that's the thing. Like I said on the phone to the receptionist the first time I phoned, it's like, well, I recommend you update your website. Yes, I'll pass that on. Fucking do it, because that. See if I knew. No, I'm raging. Stupid people. And then I phoned back and got my results, and she was just like, oh, and I was like, well, can you tell me what I get? Because they don't tell you what you get tested for. And then she was like, well, do you want to speak to a doctor? And I was like, yeah. She was, well, the person that you spoke to last time was a locum, so she's not here anymore. Who would you like to speak to? And I was like, any fucking doctor,
Not
please.
you, cunt. Put anybody else on. Is the
Please.
cleaner in? Is the cleaner there?
It's a wee
Anybody,
man that
man.
picks up the sanitary bins, and I'll speak
Aye.
to him.
Fucking any cunt.
Is that okay?
Could interest you in a Wile E. Coyote Tazo?
I'm going to have a wee juicy. I'll get a wee juicy. I don't want one of them, thanks. But yeah, sorry, I've been, I done a voice note to my mum, and she was like, you go, girl, you tell them. And I was just like,
Do your box breathing, man. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4.
but see, when I was writing it, because at the start I was like, no, this is because the receptionist was rude to me. But then as I was like redrafting, I was like, no, you've not updated your website for 11 years. Like, the person born in 2014 is now in high school. Fucking hell, man.
Fucking, yeah, right.
And then, like, if the web, because they have updated their Sorry, I'm going to go.
That's a Zaffa Cakes raid. Hello, Raiders. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. How's it going? No, you can hang about for the Zaffa Cakes raid. I don't know. Sorry, you just get bubble blasted there. Hello, Bilal, if you're in. Welcome in. How's it going?
I've just seen Kate's message. I did think that. I was like,
Can I update
can I,
your website?
I'll do it for you.
As it happens, I'm a graphic designer. Zaffa Cakes, Bilal, how you doing, man? Thank you very, very much for the raid. If you're just joining me, we've got 2 parallel stories happening. Story number 1, which is mine, is I have just set up a limited company with Company's House for motion picture activity use. Are you ripping the piss out of me using my hands to talk?
No, that's how.
Oh, right.
people
Sorry.
talk when you were
Sorry.
speaking, so that's how I
Oh,
was
got
doing
you.
that.
Got you. I thought because I was doing all of this, I thought you were ripping the cunt out.
No,
Cool. All right.
because I wouldn't be going like that as you were talking.
Aye. Thank you. So that's all good. So it's a production company for motion picture activities, and it's all set up. Just did it live on stream, and it's very cool. So all of that's working. I'm on amphetamines for the first time. A friend gave me amphetamines so as that I can do stuff, and I'm doing things, and I feel great, man. Feels like I'm on a really mild eckie. Also, Rachel has just doctor troubles. Basically, the doctors have been
Not
cunts.
even doctors, receptionists.
She's red hot, man. She's absolutely red hot.
Fiery.
Aye.
Right now.
What can we do?
So the thing is, right? So this is coming in hot again. See if it was just like, like I had got it wrong and I hadn't looked up at the website, or if she was like, oh, we don't put people on hold, when they clearly do, because I have been on hold and their answering machine message says please hold, I would have like stopped it. But your website's not been updated since 2014. Under the test results where it says for blood, x-rays and other like urine results, please call between 2 and 4 because in the mornings we're really busy. See if they just updated that. That would, like, people now go on the website because they do update their website, that's what I was going to say, because their staff pages gets updated with their little profile pictures.
So you know who to hate.
Yeah, so I'm like, that was on the phone.
I want to see a fucking face.
Show me your face. And then I got really angry as well because I was on the website and I was like,
I hope she's ugly, man. Wait till I see her. Wait till I see her.
she actually looks alright, she's fine. No, but I was going to just like email to, because I had a screenshot of, I've like screenshotted their website and highlighted in like red, like when it was updated, and it says this was updated like 4th of December 2014, and then like highlighted the wee bit that it said like between 2 and 4. So I had like a screenshot and stuff, and then they don't have like a info or information email. And then I had to I was Googling it, and then it was like, please only.
Did you get ChatGPT involved?
I get ChatGPT involved to find like stuff, and it was like, only use this email to send pictures to the doctor. Obviously, like when they've been.
To take a selfie like that.
I was staying, like showing the hold, and going, but I have to like write a letter and send it. Because it's the principle of it. This is why the NHS is where it's at.
Well,
this is why people are at, well, fuck them.
Due to underfunding.
Exactly.
Which is why.
Your website's not up to date.
Yeah.
Geek to me and I'll fix it.
Do you want to go a wee walk out? I feel like we need to walk this off.
Nah, I'm fine. I'm fine now.
No, yeah.
I've got it out of my system because I wanted to speak to you because I know that you would like feel it. But telling everybody in work came out, and our receptionist, who is like the loveliest girl, was like, "How you getting on, Rachel? Is everything okay?" And I was just like, "What did I tell you?" She's like, "That's terrible."
We should take up kickboxing or something, because like, see if you push all this down, it's going to do your liver in or something.
Well,
and that's maybe why you're in this fucking problem in the first place.
I think. Have you seen the Scottish vine of the? No, I don't know if it's a vine, but there's TikTok, and it's a blonde girl who's just got her hair cut into a bob, and she's walking, she's like flicking her bob. She's like, "How come when you get a new haircut, you just want to kick somebody's cunt in?" She's like that. That's what I feel like. I just want to do something drastic and then kick somebody's cunt in.
Do you want to go and leather a guy?
Any guy.
We'll go find a guy, leather a guy.
Let's find the receptionist and just be like,
no.
Alright.
You're inciting violence towards NHS workers. What I was suggesting is to keep it a bit more vague and just leather a guy, because I don't think that'll get me in trouble. We'll go and leather a guy.
Maybe
you're crashing now, aren't you?
Yeah,
I'm
over it now.
Aye, all that energy.
I just had to get it out.
You're going to go for a wee sleep.
Because I was really, when I was in work and I was telling people about it, I was being obviously I was in work mode, and now I've just let the demon out, and now it's like a burp bubble, and it's away, and now I'm like, I'm still going to send a letter because it's important that they update their website.
Yes. I'd get an email.
I should write that. Also get an email.
It's 2025.
It's 2025.
Tell them I've registered a limited company though, because that's tell them that's good.
Steve Austin would have been able to sort this. He would have been on my side. He would have called them sons of bitches.
Do you know Taft's meeting Steve Austin? The actual one?
We should ask Taft to ask Steve Austin. Rachel's gonna have a
Imagine Taft met actual Steve Austin, he's just giving him all these therapy questions. That would be quite funny. Deary me. Cool. Job done. You've offloaded.
Thanks guys for listening. Find a wee guy and beat him up.
Oh man, I feel all jingly. But I feel good. I feel pretty good. If you get anything to do, except for revise this email, which I don't think you should send tonight.
Put it in an envelope. I put it in an envelope. Sealed up. I'm raging at it. It feels so.
I know.
It's just a principle.
I know, mate. Nobody's good at it.
No one's good at it.
Everybody's shit at everything. Nothing works. It's all fucked. Don't send it for a wee while, right? Let me read it first, and Usually when you...
I sent it to my mum. She said it was fine.
Aye, but your mum's a bit mental as well. Usually...
She is.
She is a bit mental.
She
Full
was
fat
like,
mental.
that's why she was like, "Go girl, quite right."
Usually it's wise to have like a cool off period, and usually after that cool off period you read through and you're like, alright, I'll remove that, aye. And like you end up deleting half of it, and then it like makes it better.
I think I'm coming in hot as well because I wrote up my appraisal today, so I'm like all like,
Definitely don't touch any of these Dando pills, because you don't need this level of anger and that level of productive energy at the same time.
Can you imagine? I bet you if I went on them right now, I would set the world right like that. I'd boot
Or
boss from
fucking
Rip Jaws
Kill some cunt, man.
and be like, "Dad, don't give me pills."
Bang, bang. Deary me. Well, I think I've got maybe another 2 sprints in me, if you even call them that, but I don't want to call them that. Don't lift that sheet of paper.
I'm not going to lift a sheet of paper, but I was going to say,
Need to do
can
that.
you not tick any of them off?
I mean, I've ticked off that one. I can tick off this one. Limited company.
Done. Just
Done, mate.
watching.
Completed it, mate.
Kill John Lennon.
We could maybe do that one tonight, but it doesn't need to be done. If you fancy a wee shufty, that'll get us out the house.
I'm all steam now.
Aye. Right, well, away and have a wee sit down
I'm
and a
gonna
nice
have a wee
cup of tea.
juice.
And I'll come through in maybe half an hour-ish or so. Nah, I'm alright. I'm trying to be nice to myself and not eat any chocolate. Holy shit, what just happened there? Telekinetic Yeti, thank you very much for a tenner. That is amazing. Telekinetic Yeti. See you later, Rachel. Thanks very much for chucking us £10, which I've actually just got. It's just arrived. Telekinetic Yeti, thank you very much for this tenner. What a wonderful thing you've just done, man. Thank you very, very much for that. Oh my god, I'll keep this safe. And I think after the day that Rachel and I have had, we'll maybe have like a wee portion of chips tonight or something like that to celebrate. So I'll maybe use that tenner to celebrate. Straight up, just a tenner, man. Straight through the airwaves from Telekinetic Yeti's thumb to my studio. I feel really good. And I wonder if it is just doing things. Like Rachel came in with a lot of stuff there that would usually like rile me up a wee bit and get me. I would lean into her anxiety and I would be like, oh, it's a lot of shite, isn't it? And I'd be sitting here and I listened to all of that, right? But I think I might have discovered that I've had ADHD all this time and that I've been undiagnosed and therefore unmedicated and therefore see all like the doubt and all that sort of stuff that usually resides above the belly button. All of that seems to be gone, and I seem to have a better level of clarity in things. So that feels really good. I feel like I've done a lot today that feels good. Camera, thank you very much for resubbing. Camera, you're a legend. Zafra Cakes, thank you very much for the raid. Hello Raiders, you've come into quite an unusual stream today. We're doing a co-working stream and we're getting a lot of shit done. I'm a film producer now. Earlier on this stream live, I have registered a limited company for motion picture activity. Wonder if Pip's got back to us yet? Nah, he's in the middle of a big important meeting to do with a thing. And thank you very, very much, Telekinetic Yeti, for the tenner and Ko-fi. And because you did that on Ko-fi, means that I get every single penny of it. So I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. SSRI says, I used this co-working stream to fill in my daughter's ADHD ASD referral form. Amazing, man. All the very best with it, by the way. I've heard the process of application and all of that can be quite shite. So all the very best with that. Pursue earlier on says Jimster, aka Audio Montage, Frank Spangler, real name Jamie Odell, is a British deep house producer and DJ together with Tom Roberts. He founded the labels Free Range Records and Delusion of Grandeur, while producing his own tracks and playing live shows. Jimster has also worked in remixes, including remixes song 400 Years by Bob Marley. Amazing. Cool, man. I'll let Paul know about him. I don't know what Paul's want to do with this music. I really like it. And if he doesn't release it, it means that I can still use it on stream without getting it cleared. Carivore. Right. You're right. Rachel was red hot, man. Rachel was absolutely red hot roasting, man. Rachel be our trauma dumpling. I'll walk into reception and demand them. Aye. Kate says, is that like a thing in the UK that blood results are only between 2 and 4? Ours does that too. I'm not too sure. I mean, it must be. The English NHS is different from the Scottish NHS. I know that much, but I don't know all the ins and outs, man. Oh, it looks like it might rain, actually. Looks like there's a storm cloud on the horizon. I can hear the anger in your quivering voice. I know. GPs aren't the problem, it's the receptionist. You're 100% right, Talact. 100% right. The receptionists in a GP surgery love the power they've got. Don't know if you've noticed that. Absolutely love the power they've got and the ability to just ruin your life. Anyway, so Rachel has written a letter and put it in an envelope and sealed it up. I'm going to see if I can have a wee look at that before she sends it off. Because she's fucking bailing, man. GPs are private entities? Are they private entities? Jim, please don't invalidate Rachel's trauma. I wasn't invalidating it. I'm helping her get through this. She's right. She is absolutely right about it all, man. But I'm trying to help her cortisol levels at the same time. Do you know what I mean? Because there's ways of navigating this shit that doesn't get all your jimmies rustled. But our jimmies are rightfully rustled, you know. Dearie me. South Africans, once again, thanks very much for the raid. Welcome in. How's it even going? Where are we? Nobody gave me the pills. I'd found them. Gonna have a wee packet of Viscounts, the receptionist's kryptonite. Really? So what you need to do is butter up the receptionist, is that true? Dearie me. Rachel was less red in the face when she was sat with the cane mask on. That's brilliant, man. You can send emails to that as well. I do. Really, Nora's Day? I don't know much about all of this, but apparently you can send emails to the thing. Who can afford a web developers when they can't afford a doctor? Quite right. I'm sure if Rachel was interested in streaming, she'd be doing it by now, but I think all of us would watch the fuck out of a Rachel stream. I agree, man. I think she's class. I really want to set up Rachel with a stream setup, 100%. And think about the cool multiplayer games we could play and things as well. Where are we? Is this TOS? Is what TOS, Thump Chop? Oh, kicking an NHS worker's head in? Aye, probably. See, if you were to kick anybody's head in though, surely an NHS worker would maybe be like the profession that has got best access to treatment. You know what I mean? So if you did kick one of their heads in, they could just phone up a mate. Hello, could I get mates rates, please? I've had my head kicked in. Could you book me in for triage tomorrow morning? Put me in the VIP lane because I'm one of you. Don't kick any NHS worker's head in. Everything I'm saying is jovial jokes and designed for entertainment purposes only. Steve Austin had been able to sort that, no bother. 100%. I miss playing Dead by Daylight. See that energy that Rachel had in her there? Certain things used to trigger a similar energy in me, and playing Dead by Daylight got it all out. But I've not needed to play that for a long time, man. Getting to Doom, heavy music and demons to explode, 100%, man. She stamped the envelope, man. Dynamite. Telekinetic Yeti, once again, thanks very much for the tenner. And thank you very much, Cami Raz, Afro Cakes, Camshi86, Kai Mac 9, Genius Unapplied, Frosty M89, Super D, Carivore again, Animated Gamer, and Nora's Day, and William Tolan, and G-Dad, and Rye 3D, and Radio Rendell, and Electric William, and Friendly Advice. Non-binary redeemed Hydrate, and I didn't hydrate. Sorry about that. That was 4 hours ago, mate. That was absolutely 4 hours ago. Alright, okay, so we have... My mum doesn't have a Twitch account, but she's still watching me. So instead of just typing into the Twitch chat, my mum's just sending me a text, right? So to counter our argument there, just for a bit of balance, right? Because this is the BBC, so we do need a bit of balance. My mum texts, just here. She's watching right now, she texts, "The NHS is no that bad. I get sunburn and went to the Medi Centre for aftersun. The woman said you'll need this and that and the other. Cost me €50. Found out I went to the wrong place. Went to the chemist the next day and €10. Sorted." In Gran Canaria though. You're talking about in Gran Canaria, aren't you? Which isn't the NHS, is it? What are you on about, Ma? If you get heat stroke, are you alright? Are you doing alright? Because that'll be like the Gran Canarian NHS, won't it? Regardless, I hope you're doing alright. Mum has had too many cocktails by the pool. She doesn't drink, that's the thing. So she might have like heat stroke or something. Also, or well, you're texting me, so it doesn't... So I thought my dad's got a wee bandage on his leg as well. Meant to figure out what that's about. What I will say though is, I think both parents are watching me poolside in Gran Canaria right now. She's replying, she's writing. This is the first holiday they've been in literally about 20 years. And they're away, and it's a big deal for them, and I'm really excited for them because they absolutely deserve a holiday. And it's cool that they're on holiday just now. So I hope everything's going alright, and I hope that your sunburn's not too bad. We need to do those protect that skin, innit? Especially at your age. Be paper thin, man. Need to need to get that factor 50 on, don't you? Prevent yourself from getting sunburnt, man. Otherwise you'll be thinking the NHS is in Gran Canaria. But I understand what you're saying. The health service over there isn't too bad. But I mean, it still cost you €10, didn't it? She's writing a reply still. I'm going to wait until it buzzes. Deary me, I feel really good today. Telekinetic Yeti, once again, thank you very much. Kami Ra, once again, thank you very much. I feel very good. I feel very productive. I feel like there's nothing that I can't accomplish right now, and that's counter to usually how I feel about most things. I've set up a limited company. Well, do Ko-fi not have a flat rate? Still miles better than Patreon? No, Ko-fi don't charge me a penny for receiving money. If it's done via PayPal or whatever, there'll be transaction fees there, but Ko-fi don't charge me anything. There is, if I wanted, a paid version of Ko-fi that gives me like perks, so I can email people who've donated to me or some shit like that. But I don't do that, and there's no obligation to do that. So Ko-fi don't charge me or you any money for you to send me money, which is cool. It's a cool thing. Except from like currency conversion shit, but it's no them that's doing that, it's just like the transaction people. Just saying, we have the NHS, they don't have that here. Right, got ye. I understand, sorry, I was giving my ma pelters there and it was undeserved, it's because I didn't read it correctly. My ma is saying the NHS in Scotland is no bad. Because in comparison, she was over there, went to the medical centre, cost €50 and all of that, versus going to a chemist and it only cost €10. Got you. I understand exactly what you're saying. Cool. Dad's knees sore with walking? Right. Well, all the very best to yous. I still need to exploit the fact that I've got a key for my parents' house, they're not in, and there is a bath in that house. I've not had a bath in years, man, and I love a bath, and my back's particularly sore just now, so I might go over and break into my parents' house tonight and have a bath. Looking forward to that, man. She's been on Dando's Eckies. Love a Blue Lagoon cocktail. Had an all-inclusive last holiday, got messy. Cool. I don't really drink anymore, man. Just so be aware, when this wears off, you will be really tired, so be prepared to crash. Cool. See if I took it at about 1 o'clock, Kate. When do you think it'll wear off? Bally says, Ko-fi will charge you if you sell stuff through it, but donations don't occur a platform fee. It's really good, isn't it? I'm in the middle of redoing my website right now, and I've found a way of directly accepting for anybody that wants to, and there's no expectation at all, right? But for anybody that likes my stream and wants to support the stuff that I'm doing, this right now is my full-time job. So see, like tenors and stuff like that, it really means a lot, and it means that I can keep it going and do creative stuff and provide streams for you. Absolutely not expected. We're in a cost of living crisis. Every cunt's skint, man. So I get it. But quite soon, instead of going via Ko-fi, I should have a solution to all just do it on my website, to do it direct as well. Or well, in addition to doing it via... Anyway, yous don't care about this. Yous don't care about this. But I was looking into it and it's quite cool. And it's all like... It's got my logo on it and everything else, and it's good. So I'll be setting that up quite soon. Can I message you on our chat because we're just using our phone? Aye. Cool. No, I know what you're saying. I misinterpreted you the first time, but I know exactly what you're saying now. I don't know when they're back, when my mum and dad are back. Carivore in chat, mum says hiya, Jim's ma. That same trip to the med centre in the US would have been hundreds. Aye, without a doubt, man. Without a doubt. Bath stream, I was thinking about it, Martin. Depends on dosage and your body. Aye, it does, doesn't it? The half-life of L-Vans is 12 to 14 hours, but it does depend on the dose and the hydration and eating. I'm very underhydrated, just in general as a person. I don't drink enough water. I'm over 6'1", but I've sort of got a slow digestion. It takes forever for things to get through my body. Friday late, cool. So I've got until Friday to go and steal a bath off my parents. But this is all quite exciting, isn't it, everybody? Has anybody achieved things during our Pomodoro sessions? John Jameson asks, using Stripe. I'm not sure who the provider is, but it's via a third-party company called Fourth Wall that does stuff for streamers. And it means that you can sort of white label it. So they'll do everything. They don't charge any money for it unless you sell products, in which case they'll supply and fulfill the products and orders and all that sort of stuff. But for donations and subscriptions, they don't charge anything. But I'm unsure what payment provider they use. And it means you can use Apple Pay and shit like that as well. Anyway, yous don't care about this. If you want to clear it quicker, vitamin C should counteract it. Alright. Got 1.5 podcasts on Dynamite, Kate. That's fucking class, man. Carivore says, I've been hydrating like fuck since I got a thermos water bottle, but my god, get good pipe cleaners. Saw green stuff last week. Jings, man. Jings. Bally's project's going well. That's amazing. The Stripe lads are no good. Okay. I don't think I've ever used Stripe. Cool. This is good, man. Right, I'm in 2 ways, right? I don't know whether or not we do another big stint, because it is 6 o'clock, right? But the next big stint that I would be doing is all banking related stuff. I need to set up a new business bank account and close my previous business bank accounts. And then after that, we should be all amazingly set up. And then tonight I'm going to look at all the escape room stuff. I need to get public liability insurance. I need to get back to 3 people about 3 separate things. I need to book a dentist and a doctor appointment. And I need to return a thing. And once I've done all that shit, that's my to-do list more or less done. Although more stuff has then since been added to it, I guess. But I do feel quite productive. I need to keep this paper out of shot because I've got all my important business numbers on the back here. I need to print some shit as well for the company that I've just set up. But I am now a sole creative director of a brand new limited company called 1030 Studio that's got a dedicated Glasgow business address. And oh, that's going well, man. Oh, that's going very, very well. Get to work on still counts. Aye, 100%. Base and Brace, when does Cudder start? 7 o'clock, because I got a message from Llama earlier asking if I want to play Repo on Cudder stream tonight, and I very much do want to play Repo on Cudder stream tonight, and I am very thankful for the invite. However, I've got some business boy shit to do, you know, so I don't know if I can. I'm not sure if I can, but I'd love to raid. Cudder starts at 7:15. I might go right through, man. Lots doing solo repo runs. Interesting. I haven't played it yet. I was speaking to Bilal about it. He's like, I haven't heard it. He didn't seem too enthused by it. Hello, Pip. How's it going? Did you get my voicemail? So we are now, I say we, me, it's just me. I've replied. Oh shit. How's your day going? Or well, it may be in the reply. I haven't told them what you're up to, because I don't think it's public information. But I've just said you're doing something quite exciting. Right, everybody, here is Pip has replied.
Hey, huge congratulations, mate. That's incredibly exciting. Not only have you set up a production company, you've set up a production company that has their first film in production. What a thing. I love it, and I'm excited. Yeah, all good. Oh, and don't worry about that thing with your willy yesterday. It's probably, I'm sure, it looked weird. It did look weird, but hopefully it'll pass.
You weren't supposed to hear that, but
And, you know, all will be fine. All right, mate.
fucking hell, Pip, man. My willy's a bit too big, right? I showed Pip, because he's a big tall fella. I thought he might know about it as well. And but I've got it under good authority. It's alright, do you know what I mean? It's sort of scaled up, do you know what I mean? It's as if like somebody's held shift and scaled it up for the corner. Not just like dragged on, you know, one of the edges. How good is it though that I've done all of that? So we've got an address and all of that sort of stuff. Need to figure out public liability insurance. Need to send an email to this guy who's helping us out with some stuff once all of that's done. And then other stuff is just like personal life stuff. Get back to some friends who've texted me and I haven't texted back because my head's been elsewhere. Sort of dentist appointment, sort of a doctor appointment, all of that sort of stuff is exciting. How's your day? Oh, the exciting thing is tomorrow. And okay, okie dokie. Pip, did you know that when you were here, the wrestling was on? We could have went to see a taping of Raw in Glasgow. I didn't know it was on, because my head's been up my arse for the past wee while. So what a missed opportunity that was. However, we were probably too busy, you know, being sort of big business lads. But we could have saw the wrestling when you were up. But well. So I might stay on then and just raid into Cudder. Llama has asked if I'm available to play Repo tonight, and I would love to play Repo with that lot. That would be quite exciting. But I might just raid and then do some of the other work later on. But I do feel still got a lot of energy in me, and I feel like fucking smashing out tasks, and I've already been smashing out tasks all day. Feel focused with good mental clarity and a wee bit hungry as well. Kate says Repo looks like so much fun. Let's get on it, Kate. I would love to play Repo with you if you're into it. I don't own it yet. It's £8, so I don't own it. I think I'll get back to Llama just now, because they messaged me a wee while ago. What's up? Hiya, I'm on stream just now. Speaking of which, you should really, be watching me on stream instead of texting me. Oh, anyway, I'm kidding on. Hold on, I'll slide and cancel that. Because sometimes I'll joke about stuff like that and people will be like, oh shit. Take it seriously. Right, here, version 2, contacting Llama. What's up? Hiya, how's it going? Thank you very much for the invite. I'm on stream now, so it's a voice message. I'm getting you back. If you reply with a voice message, I will play it out on stream. Anyway, what it is I would love to play Repo on Cudders tonight about 7:15 live at twitch.tv/Cudder. Thanks very much for the invite. That sounds fucking class. But I'm being a big business boy today. I've just registered a brand new limited company called 1030 Studio, which will be a production company for this new film we're making with Pip, and I need to register business bank fucking information and all of that, so I can't do it tonight, but I really appreciate the invite because I really want to play with you lot, and I'll be lurking in the chat. So cheers and all the very best, and I hope you get all the riches and you don't get killed by the scary spooky monsters. Also, I'll see you in a couple of weeks, I think, because a wee bird told me you might be coming up to Glasgow. Oh, ho, 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 ho. See you later. That's that correspondence done. I need to get back to a guy called Jason. I need to get back to a guy called Julian about something else. I need to just send a message to Ad because I dinged him earlier because I was busy. And then once I've done all of that, tonight will be the escape room stuff. So I'll get the banking sorted out and then I'll get the escape room stuff sorted out. Spoke to John Atfield. Oh, I Pip spoke to John Atfield about all the stuff. Turns out John's already boarded a couple of things in the past as well. But I sent through the PDF that I prepared, and just says that if John's got anything else to add to that or correct, or if he wants to totally ignore it as well, absolutely more than welcome to do that. But all of that's quite exciting, that we'll have a sort of shared visual language about all of that. But everything else is all getting quite exciting. Get an appointment with the doctors. I can't do that tonight, Thump Chop, because I need to phone up at like 8 in the morning or something because doctors are cunts. Now the big reveal, Pip has organised a boardroom coup and is now the sole owner of 1030 Studios. Exactly. See, now that I've created a production company that's tied to this film, I think if we're applying for more funding for different places, right? That's why we're setting up a production company, because the Kickstarter money is incredible, right? It's an amazing amount of money. But we're trying to see if we can make the ambition of the project a wee bit higher by getting money from other sources, which is why I've set up this limited company. But now that I've set up a limited company, I'm very aware that if Pip just decides to take all the cash and spunk it on Bitcoin, that I think I might be legally responsible for that. So I'm not entirely sure. However, do you remember a couple of weeks ago, and I was saying that right now is a very good time to buy Nvidia stock a couple of weeks ago? See, if we put all the money that we had into Nvidia stock at the time that I suggested, we'd be up about 11 grand. It's maybe went back down. Please don't take financial advice for live streamers. I think the window is now gone to back Nvidia. But we didn't, because that would have been very irresponsible. And so we're not up 11 grand. We are not up 11 grand. Also, Bitcoin, I think, is on its arse, man. It's lost, fucking tons in the past wee while, so we're not going to be doing that either. All the stuff about Nvidia stocks and embezzling the money that you've given us to Kickstarter and all that is just jokes, man. Don't worry about it. Your money's safe. Does anyone know what the wee floating white things are in extra virgin olive oil? Don't know, Carnivore, but I know somebody that will. Alright, do you know what the wee white things are that float about in extra virgin olive oil?
Oh, aye, those are likely small bits indoor temperatures. It's natural and harmless. Just warm it up a bit and they'll disappear.
Are you trying to speak to me in a Scottish accent?
I can do that. Does it sound all right to you?
No, it does not. Never, ever do that under any circumstances. Never try and do that ever again. You sound like fucking mix between Shrek and Groundskeeper Willie.
Got it. I'll stick to my usual voice.
Thank you. Please commit that to your memory. Never try and speak to me unless requested to do so. Never speak to me in a Scottish accent ever again. That's a violation of my culture. It's very disrespectful what you've just done there.
Understood, James. I'll keep that in mind. If there's anything else you'd like to discuss or work on, just let me know.
Thanks very much, by the way, for telling me about the extra virgin olive oil stuff.
You're welcome. If you've got any more questions, just ask.
Cool, man. And thanks for taking feedback on your cultural appropriation there.
Of course, James. I appreciate you letting me know.
I appreciate that you appreciate me letting you know.
I'm always here to listen. What's on your mind today?
Just all that stuff that I said. Now, all the things that we were just talking about, that's what was on my mind. And now, what's on my mind is ending the phone call, because we've concluded it.
All right. No worries. Take care, James.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Right, so let's keep going until 7:15. We can raid into your friend Cudder. At least she's backed me up before committing accent crimes. Aye, she definitely did. Do I want to stay on and raid Cudder, or do I want to just... Will we do one more stint? See, the thing is, right, co-working streams is quite good when you have got work to do. However, all of you lot probably just like to work between the hours of 9 and 5 because you're like pure well-adjusted normal people that have been able to find some sort of balance in your life, right? And like, it sounds like a slight, I'm in a lot of ways envious of that. And it may be a wee bit of a silly idea to try and do a co-working stream at 6:15 at night. You know what I mean? As good as Paul's music is. You're unemployed, Ryman? Well, there you go. Well, the deal is with a co-working stream, doesn't need to be like work. It could just be like putting a washing on or making a dinner or something like that. Hoovering. She was pure t-shirt. Oh, my bum's all sore. Oh, the banter. Someone once said Scottish dialogue is so far from English, it should be its own language. Aye, Scots. Well, Scots is a bit different from Scottish dialogue. I'm definitely not. I'm unemployed and neurodivergent. All the very best with that. That describes me for most of my life. There was a guy recently, does anybody know who he is? He was on a podcast and he mentioned, I saw a video on Twitter today, some American guy, famous guy, and he was in Glasgow recently and he was complaining that he didn't understand Scottish people talking. Has anybody seen that video on Twitter? Does anybody remember the name of the guy that I'm talking about? He said it was great in Glasgow. Everybody was very friendly. He didn't spot anybody wearing sunglasses. Aye, Bally, I'm going to see Blind Boy. Give us a shout if you see me when I'm there. I won't recognise you, but feel free to come up and say hello if you want to. See if you don't want to as well, that's cool. But I'm going to Blind Boy. Don't know when it is, mind you, but we got tickets ages ago. So there was some American saying that he came to Glasgow. Everybody loved it. It was brilliant. He got on with people. It was great. But he couldn't understand what we were saying. And I've got a big rant about that I'd like to articulate, but I can't remember. I'd like to maybe watch his video and then reply to it. But he was some American commentator that I didn't recognise. And because of the nature of that, I don't know if he's like a goodie or a baddie. Was he checking out bars? No idea. Don't know. But it was in the past 2 days, and there's a video of him in like one of these American podcast studios. and he was just talking about how he couldn't understand the Scottish. 1030 reacts 100%, because I've got quite a well-formed reply, but I would like to watch his video and then respond to it. It was all over Twitter today when I woke up, and then yesterday, and I should have bookmarked it so that we could address it on stream. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Dearie me. Do I want to hang on? Do I want to do another 25-minute work sprint? I don't know if I do. I don't really know if I do, to be honest. What I do want to do instead, though, here's what I'm doing, man. What I do want to do instead is see what the hell B. Dolan is up to. Because I think B. Dolan is live right now. He fucking is, man. And I want to watch B. Dolan streams as much as I want to watch Cudder streams. And I think Dolan will be raiding right into Cudder. So what we're going to do right now is raid into B. Dolan. I'll be kicking about in chat, and I'll do all that business banking stuff there. And it means that you eventually get to see the Cudder stream as well. That all works well. That all works good. And it means that I can have some food and I can do my banking without having to sit you through another 25 minutes of a thing. Cool, I'm glad I figured that out. Listen, I've really enjoyed today's stream, and I'm delighted that I've got a bit of pep in my step. I've not had any peps in any of my steps for, what, about fucking 30 years or something? So this feels good, feels really good. Turns out maybe I should have medicated myself all this time. So, feels like I've maybe turned a personal corner. Anyway, see you later. Thanks very much for coming in, everybody. My name's James Houston, and Houston's Boostin'. And I've done everything that I would like to do today, except from make an appointment with the dentist and do the magic trick. So here is the magic trick. Don't think that one was good, was it? It was alright. It was alright. I just watched it back. It was alright. See you later, everybody. We are going to go and see B. Dolan.